Hello everyone, I hope you're all doing great today. I have a very sore throat at the minute, so I've not been able to record as much as I wanted, so I hope you enjoyed these stories today. I really enjoyed my last video and thank you for all the positive feedback on it. I'm actually going to get to recording more of those stories as soon as my throat goes back to normal. Let me know what topics you'd like to see me do in the future too. So I hope everybody's doing great, and I just have a very quick message before we start. Remember, if things are going wrong in life and you can feel that your mind is starting to panic and think irrationally, you have to take time and literally slow down. For me, I find if I slow down what I'm doing, it actually helps a lot too, and it helps me catch myself if my thoughts are spiraling. You need to calm your mind down and just focus on what you have to do. Things aren't as bad as they seem, and often our brains can exaggerate situations. So remember, if things aren't going your way and you're panicking a bit, just calm down and think rationally. What do you need to do? And assess the situation. It's probably not as bad as you think it is, and things will be okay. So I hope everyone enjoys these stories today. If you want early access, then make sure you check out my Patreon in the description, my podcast where you'll find all these stories too, and my Instagram at Insomniac Horror. I know this is going to be way out there, but I have to get it off my chest and see if anyone has any theories. So my mum and I used to go on annual road trips, which included stopping for any points of interest along the highway, abandoned buildings, beautiful lookouts, tourist spots, etc. I remember one year when I was about 9, where we spent 11 hours straight on the road. At the time, my mum was beginning to documenting everything on her camera, so she decided to bring it along and got some awesome shots of the mountains. One of the neat things we found was a sort of rest stop and hiking area. We followed a path for maybe 20 meters when we come up to an old brick building. It was starting to crumble, and there was moss and mold covering its exterior. We were never sure what the building used to be, but we figured it must have been a random historic landmark if they kept it where it was, instead of actually demolishing it. We just thought it was really weird. We took a look inside and realised that whatever it used to contain was long gone, as the entire interior showed obvious signs of a bad fire. Everything was covered in soot. All that was left was an old fireplace and some scattered tiles. The main room had 2 brick support pillars, which hundreds of people had scratched their names into. I found a small chunk of rebar and carved ours into one of them as well. Afterwards, we left and carried on with our journey. That's where my memory of the day ends. Now recently, my nana gave me a couple of old boxes of my mum's stuff to go through. She ended up passing away when I was 16. One of the boxes had a couple dozen VHS movies, things like Escape from LA, Ren and Stimpy, The Goonies, all that good stuff. There were several unsealed tapes though, that were not labelled, which I immediately recognised as some of my mum's old home movies. I was thrilled, as now I can see my mum again in her glory days. It's extremely meaningful. After finding a VHS player at a pawn shop, because who still owns one in 2019, I started popping the tapes in to see what's on them. School recites, parties, typical stuff. The third one though, that's from 14 years ago. I got to the part where we had explored the hiking trails and got completely lost in the nostalgia. Except the video didn't match my memory of that day. Firstly, the path we took off the road was significantly longer than I remembered. It wasn't a mere 20-ish meters, but closer to a kilometer. Once inside, we looked around and found the pillars, and I wrote her names just as I remembered. Her name ended in an I, so I'm confused. I just kind of stabbed the pillar with the rebar, which makes a loud echoing sound. The second I did that in the video, I can hear my mum gasp and says, "What was that?" in a terrified voice. She started getting increasingly uneasy as I kept staring into the dark room while whining and saying I didn't feel good. Eventually, in a very shaky tone, she says we have to leave. Her camera kept scanning the room and the forest outside as though she's looking for something. Now the weirdest part? I don't ever remember feeling uneasy that day, but here I was watching both of us on the verge of a panic attack. I told her I was too scared to move and that I wanted to go. She helps me get up and we start back to the door when the camera sharply spun back to the room and focused on a whole lot of nothing. She starts mumbling, no, I really don't like this, and made her way back outside. When she came out, I was nowhere to be seen. She yelled my name a couple of times and ran around to the back of the building, and she rounded it and came back out to the front. I was standing there smiling, since I was on the verge of tears and hyperventilating. She says, am I okay? And I say, why? The last minutes of the video shows us walking back to the road and her occasionally looking back at the building. I'm completely weirded out now. I legitimately do not remember any of this happening. The memory's exactly as I described it. I have no clue what to make of it. It deeply unsettles me. Why don't I remember the meltdown? Why were we so afraid of this place? Where did I disappear to? Why did I come back fine but crying? What was my mum saying? What did my mum sense in there? That's the part that kills me. The part I'll never get an answer to.
Over the years I've been on Reddit, I've shared a handful of stories to the sub. This is one that I've been saving for whatever reason, and I think I'm ready to share. This is probably my last post on Let's Not Meet, since it's not very often that something happens that's worthy of a Let's Not Meet post. I've shared a few of my experiences, and I think I saved the best for last. Everything mentioned here is 100% factual. Long read, but I believe it's worth it. I grew up in the south, tons and tons of beautiful places to see that haven't been taken over by concrete yet. It's nice, but along with that, it's pretty boring. Being a teenager and wanting to go out and have fun led to mostly improvising with your buddies and hoping something good will come out of the night. There wasn't really a local spot to go hang out, like a club or a cool bar, and the places that were close to this were pretty boring. I'm sure if you've lived in an actual rural area, you understand that feeling completely. Something that I found a ton of enjoyment in a teen was just cruising around super late at night listening to music, and would just take off driving around until the sun came up. It was a way for me to clear my mind and relax. Those country back roads were always fun to drive down at 2 AM, and also just getting the right amount of spooky in that too. Well, one night, I absolutely got more than what I bargained for. I can't remember what month it was exactly, but I know for a fact that it was in the summertime because I was out of school, and I also remember it being a comfortable chill night. So if I was to take a guess, it would probably be around July or August. I was cruising around like I always did and was completely worry free. I had my music blaring and I was in my zone. I decided to head down and park out of boredom. This particular park is at the very end of a long stretch of desolate country road, but is actually a really pretty drive because of that. When I say desolate country road, I don't mean some sort of dirt road that goes through the woods or anything like that. It's like a normal paved road, but there's really nothing on it after a certain point. The entire road takes about 20 minutes to drive down to get to the park, and after about 10 minutes into the drive, the houses start to spread out further and further, to almost becoming no houses and just a road leading into the park. I think a lot of the reason I liked this drive at night was because of how creepy it was, and it looked like it was some sort of adventure or whatever. The park isn't open for camping or anything, it's mostly just a lot of land with walking trails and biking trails set up through miles of woods, so obviously around 3 AM in the morning it's pretty dead. I made it there and just did a slow normal little loop around the drive of the park. The night before it stormed very badly, so badly that I remember my parents had to take shelter because of the threat of a tornado touchdown. There ended up being no tornado, but the storms were pretty bad. Because of this, I came up on a fallen tree in the road that looped around the exit of the park. That must have happened because of the storm. It wasn't some massive tree or anything, but I know for a fact that there was no way I could have gotten over it in my car, obviously. It was pitch black everywhere, besides the front of my car because of my headlights, and because of that, I immediately ruled out backing up the entire way I just drove when I entered the park. I knew that was super dangerous and there was no way. At this spot of the road, there was flat land on each side of me. I figured it would make most sense to go back up in the grass besides me just a little, and then take a drive the way back I came. It was a one-way loop around the park, but I wasn't really worried about going the wrong way since it was so late. So I started to back up off the road so I could get my car turned around. All was good until I went to pull back up on the road. I totally didn't take into account how wet the grass was and the amount of mud. My car went absolutely nowhere. My tyres were completely stuck and were spinning in place as I was trying to floor the gas pedal. I started to become pretty scared at this point. Not the most ideal situation to be in. I immediately took my cell phone out of my pocket and saw that I had service. Super huge feeling of relief. I called my parents and told them what happened and where I was. They were pretty annoyed at me, but said they'd pay for a tow truck to come get me out. My parents both drove small 4-door sedans, and they would have been zero help in the situation. I was about 45 minutes away from my house and the rest of human civilization, so I realised I would be stuck there for at least an hour before someone would be able to get me. Freaky feeling, but I tried getting out of my head and just tried to listen to music and be on my phone while in the car while I waited. Not really much else I could have done. After I kind of calmed down from the initial danger I had, I started to check out my surroundings. I didn't even notice at first because of everything that was going on, but in front of my car's placement was a field that was full of the most amount of deer I think I've ever seen at once. There legitimately must have been about 40 deer in this field, just walking around and eating the grass. The field wasn't directly in front of my car, but if I was to get out and throw a rock in the direction, I would have easily been able to hit one. So if I was to guess, I'd say about 30 yards out. This didn't really help me with the creepy level going on. Looking out of the front of your car and seeing an AEI reflection staring back at you is a bit of an alarming feeling overall, but I was relieved it was just a field of deer. I watched them for a little bit, but I was quickly over it and started to browse through my social media apps while waiting. They seemed to have been over a lot quicker than I was, because they all went back to walking around and eating once they figured out that I wasn't going to attack them or anything. After browsing my phone for about 15 minutes, I finally get a call back from my parents letting me know that a tow truck is on the way and is going to be about an hour and a half out from my location. Still to this day, I remember hearing that and having the thought, you've got to be kidding me. I understood that me and only me was the reason I was in the situation I was in, so I couldn't really be mad at anyone else. But that was very obviously not what I wanted to hear. I decided that the smartest thing for me to do was just to make sure my doors were all locked, lay in my back seat, and take a nap to pass the time. So that's what I did. Okay, here we go. So I wake up 45 minutes later to that weird feeling of being watched. I'm not sure that anyone else has ever experienced anything like that before, because I don't know how common it is, but there was a sixth sense alarm going off in my head telling me that I needed to wake up. Waking up to that feeling in the situation I was in the surroundings I was in, is probably the worst case scenario. I sit up and immediately check my surroundings and see nothing. I looked through my car very quickly for any sort of weapon and found a pocket knife. A pocket knife. I was so scared. Even though I saw and heard absolutely nothing, that feeling was terrifying. I was shocked to see that the field of deer in front of me was still full of deer. I don't know anything about the animal, but I guess I always assumed they don't hang out in the same place for long. Not sure why I thought that, but I was surprised to see them nonetheless. I called my parents back to see if they heard any kind of update from the tow truck dude. I decided not to mention the feeling that I was having because I didn't want them to worry anymore, and I knew that it was literally nothing more than a feeling I had, and had nothing to back it up. No update from the tow truck guy, so I assumed everything was still the same on his end. The call lasted just a few minutes before I felt like such an idiot. They both have to wake up for work in a few hours, now have to spend a random $100+, and on top of that, they were worried about me. I could tell they were annoyed at the situation but worried. I told them I would make sure to tell them when the guy arrives, and I'm sorry. We hung up and I looked from the phone and immediately went from 0 to 100 in panic mode. The deer in front of me were completely perked up, staring in the same direction right in front of them. Let me remind you that there are around 40 deer in this field. Every single one of them was stopped dead in their tracks, standing completely still looking at something. I put my high beams on and stared, waiting for something to happen, but nothing happened at all. Nothing. I tapped my horn real quick and they didn't even budge or look my way. They were still completely glued to what was by them. The way the tree line was, I couldn't see that far in the field. I knew they were looking into the woods, but I wasn't able to see what. I could hear my heartbeat. I grabbed that stupid pocket knife and just waited for something to happen. I would say it was about a minute after I honked. Every single one of them in unison started to run the opposite way. They were running at full speed, and within 20 seconds the field was empty. I was petrified in fear. I knew that staying in my car was the safest thing to do, but it's the worst feeling in the world when you feel utterly like a sitting duck. My head was on swivel. I was freaking out in every way possible. I assumed it was a bear or something, but it could have been absolutely anything. I was convinced at that point it was the devil himself. I didn't know what to do. I knew that the tow truck was close, but I had no idea where he was. I began to shake because of nerves and just looked around to make sure nothing was by me, and focused on the field in front of me. I did this for what felt like an absolute eternity, sitting in complete silence and darkness in the middle of nowhere, waiting for something to jump out and attack me. 15 of the longest minutes of my life go by, and I start to see the lights break through the tree line on the road. As it gets closer, I see the tow truck guy. The lights of his truck felt like it was Jesus coming to save me. He gets up to me, and I jump out of my car and immediately ask him if he has a gun on him. I told him very quickly what just happened to me, and that something's definitely nearby. He let me know he had a shotgun in the truck, and assured me that it was most likely a bear or a bobcat. He gave me the whole, they're more scared of you than you are of them. The tree was sort of small enough for him to sort of bulldoze it out of the way of his truck, and then he attached my car and pulled me out of the spot I was stuck in. He was very nonchalant about what I just experienced, but I was pretty badly shaken up. The whole time he was doing it, I had my eyes glued in that field waiting for something. He was completely done with everything in about 50 minutes and told me to follow his truck out onto the main road again. I got in my car and was ready more than anything to get the hell out of this park. We started to drive away from the spot I was in, and my head was on swivel, completely shook up. As we were driving away, I looked in my rearview mirror. We were down the park road just a tiny bit, but I could still see the spot that I was stuck in partially lit up from the vehicle's lights and the moon. I watched in my rearview mirror as a man came out from the tree line behind where my car was and walked into the middle of the road and watched us drive away. My heart stopped beating, legitimately. I lost my breath, my eyes started to get full of tears because of how absolutely scared I was in that moment. I couldn't see any sort of details like what he looked like, or even necessarily what he was wearing. To be honest, I don't really care. The feeling I felt driving away from that spot, knowing he was right there the whole time watching me as I was freaking out looking around, watching me as I was completely alone for a long time, maybe even coming right up to my window and watching me sleeping. That's a feeling that is something I can't necessarily put into words. All these years later, and it still messes with me quite a bit. The entire time we were driving off, as long as I could see him, he didn't move. Just watched us in the road. A million things went through my mind. I was scared there may have been multiple people on the road waiting for us. I was trying to figure out if I should start beating on my horn like crazy to get the tow truck guy to stop. I decided that all I wanted to do was get out of there, more than anything. The second that we finally got out of the park and was able to be on a 2-lane road again, I flew past the tow truck driver and did nothing below 70 miles per hour the entire way home. I flew through the stop signs and the stoplights. I didn't care. The only thing on my mind was making it home. I got home, ran inside very quickly and acknowledged my parents, said sorry and thank you, went to my room. I didn't get a single second of sleep the rest of that night. I was searching for any sort of records or anything happening in that area, escaped convicts, similar stories, etc. I came to the conclusion that the man was some sort of squatter or homeless. I read many things online about how it's common for homeless in rural areas to build a shelter in the woods, which does make sense entirely on why they'll do that. But obviously the unknown is the scariest part of it all. What if he wasn't homeless? What if he was going to hurt me? Just, what if? There's so many possibilities that could have happened, but the outcome that did happen is the one that I'm most grateful for. I never told my parents the full story until many years after it happened, and I was already an adult and moved out. It freaked them out too when I told them. I never went back to that park. Even though I no longer live by there, I still have no desire to ever go back there. I don't think I could even go back in broad daylight with a ton of people around. I also made the decision to stop doing those late night cruises. I did it a few times after that with people, but even then I felt very uncomfortable and on edge.
It was Christmas time. My wife and I were staying at her childhood home where her mother now lived all alone. The house was on a quiet cul-de-sac in the suburbs. If you're picturing freshly mowed lawns, American flags and empty sidewalks, you're picturing this correctly. It's a single-story home with an attached garage out front. The garage has 2 doorways, one that leads to the garden and backyard. This had an old dodgy door from their days with dear old Max, Brit Max, that were covered with a piece of nailed-in wood. They had always made me slightly uncomfortable before, but I figured it had been that way for years, so what's the worst that can happen? The second door leads to the kitchen, hollow core. It could stop a mouse, but not much else. Definitely not something that wanted in. So we're asleep in my wife's childhood bedroom at the front of the house at 3 a.m. I was in that deep, dark recess of sleep. You know, you're in the diving bell, and you're submerged hundreds of meters below the surface in black water, protected from the real world by miles of nothing. Then I hear it. I scream, "What are you doing?" And my mother-in-law's voice echoing down the hallway to me. Lost in a sea of sleep, it sounds like a jet engine roaring past my eardrum. I bolt up. What happened next happened in a couple of seconds. But about that scream, even though I was dead asleep, I heard it to be awoken with a sense of urgency. It wasn't an "oh, you scared me" type of scream. This is different. And I knew it. Not consciously, but my lizard brain, the piece we retrained from our primitive ancestors, knowing something's wrong. I watched and read a fair amount of true crime, and this scream is horrifyingly similar to ones you hear on that. The one that says, "This can't be really happening to me, can it?" Honestly, in that second of the night, it sounded like someone was about to be murdered. You ever wonder if you're a fight or flight type of person? I always have, and I come to know something about myself, that I'm a fighter. I leapt out of bed and growled, yes growled, "I'm gonna kill you," and took off running. I tore open the bedroom door, running into the hallway. There, at the end, I saw my mother-in-law. She has a full nightgown on. Look of utter shock on her face. Standing still, we make eye contact as I continue towards her. Then she turned her head, looks directly into the kitchen. I hurry past her and around the corner into the kitchen. The hollowed door is obliterated. Shards everywhere. I look through the open frame and see the electric garage door is open. I push ahead. As I run into the garage, I hear it. The sound of someone hopping into a car just out of view. Just as I make it to the driveway, I see a car peeling out from the sidewalk adjacent to the house. But the adrenaline is still pumping, and who am I to say no to adrenaline? Like an idiot, I run barefoot after it. I give a good go, but I'm no Michael Johnson, and he can't even catch a speeding car. It soon vanishes down the street. I'm now stood here on my own. The police show up within 3 minutes, which, I have to say, makes me feel a lot more at ease. They take our statements. My mother-in-law said she heard a noise, hollow knocking on the door, and walked into the kitchen where she encountered a burglar, a small-framed woman. The police theorized she was working as part of a team. Her job was to squeeze through the dodgy door kick in the hollow core, and open the electric garage for the others. According to the police, they very likely thought that nobody was in. Fortunately, my mother-in-law caught her off guard and screamed. But it feels good to know that everyone was safe, and to learn that I guess I've got a little fight in me. And for the record, we've bought the heaviest goddamn door that you'll ever see. I'd like to see a mouse try and get through that. That's funny.
Years ago, when I was still a teenager, my friend Justin and I would often go longboarding at night, as my friends and I were quite the night owls. We loved the freedom of almost never seeing another soul on the roads or the path we frequented. Even when using main roads, it would be very rare to see a car out so late in a rural area, and you could see and hear them coming from very far away due to their headlights and the noise of the vehicle disrupting the peaceful silence of night. We were really into it at the time, and would often ride our boards for miles and miles, sometimes not arriving home till sun was up. One particular night, we decided to ride a few miles away from our usual back roads to one of our favourite hidden routes. It began with a narrow, paved path that was only a piece of land separating two sides of a long lake. It would often sink due to rainwater, and we wanted to seize the opportunity before it rained and went underwater again. It was roughly 2 miles long, and was extremely relaxing to ride due to the scenery. After making it to the end of the lake, we decided to continue moving and turn into a very closed path that leads directly into the densely wooded wilderness. As we came up through the first hill, we looked down at the bottom into the blackness. We both noticed what appeared to be a tiny, moving ball of a dim light down there. It moved so strangely, and it was extremely difficult to make out what it was. Rather than shine our flashlight down, we curiously watched it for a few moments, whispering to each other about what it could possibly be. All at once, the small light turned into multiple blinding lights and extremely loud revving sounds, overwhelming our senses that had become accustomed to the dark and silence. Acting purely on fear, we instantly turned around and ran as fast as we could, hearing yelling and revving gaining behind us. By sheer luck, we managed to run off the path into a very dark, very overgrown hole in the side of the hill overlooking where we'd just come from. We decided to hide in the natural dugout in this hill, hoping that the plants in darkness would be enough to protect us from whatever was out there. We watched our pursuers ride up to where we had originally been standing. There were 4 men, 2 on 4 wheels and 2 on full-size motorcycles. They were yelling at each other about something, but we couldn't make out exactly what they were saying due to the distance we covered. We felt safe enough to whisper softly to each other and speculated who these people could be. Our first thought is that they might be park rangers of some kind, although we had never seen one out here the many times we've been there, and honestly, we doubt this country even had a budget or even the desire to have anyone patrol the deep woods at night. Besides that, these men were on vehicles entirely inappropriate for the paved bike trails, and they were very angry about something. They yelled out to us for a while, yelling things like, "We know you're out there, we can see you, come out!" We stayed silent and decided to call their bluff instead of running. Eventually, we clearly heard one of the men yell, "Find them now!" and smash a bottle. That had erased any hope that they were park rangers. We watched them split up, each going a different way down the series of paths on their vehicles, including the path we came from. It took us what felt like ages to even move. We were frozen in terror inside that dugout, watching the lights from the vehicles travel through the woods and paths, one of them already coming full circle and passing the point where he screamed from. I thought about calling out for help, but I was too afraid to open my phone in fear that the smallest amount of light would give away our location. After waiting for the lights of the vehicles to reach their farthest distance yet, we finally summoned the nerve to get up and run somewhere far enough away from these people to make a call. We ran as hard and fast as we could through the woods, since their headlights gave away the location on these paths. We would hide again whenever we thought they were getting too close. Our available hiding spots were getting progressively worse as the woods became less dense, and the fear I felt waiting for one of them to drive past us while basically only being covered by leaves and plants may still be unmatched to this day. We finally emerged from the woods onto the intersection of 2 main roads, far from where we started. We ducked down into the ditch to call for help. When I opened my phone, I noticed I had recent missed calls from one of our other friends, Connor, who we were supposed to meet up with on our longboard excursion. I called him and frantically asked where he was. Luck was with us again. He hadn't given up on our plans despite ignoring him, and he was only a few miles away, already heading in our direction. I gave him the 2 streets we were near the corner of and explained that we needed to get picked up right away. He agreed and sped over to us while Justin and I waited hiding. Thankfully, Connor arrived before any of those men did. We bolted to the back seats of his car, yelling for him to get out of there, and he took off. Relief doesn't begin to describe what I felt being safely driven home, and everything I'd just experienced. After explaining everything that happened to Connor, we ended up just moving on with the night and decided not to call the police. We figured they would have gone by the time the officers made it out there anyway, and we would only be putting ourselves at risk by admitting to breaking the law by taking those paths so late at night. I have no idea what happened or who those people were. I've been told all kinds of theories from friends and family that have heard the story. Some think we walked right up into a huge drug deal. Justin and I later admitted to each other that when the Reverend started, we couldn't see. Our minds both went to chainsaw-wielding horror movie serial killer, so I suppose it could have been much worse. Frustratingly though, whatever those men thought we saw that made them want to catch us so badly, we never actually saw. We'll never really know, I suppose.
This is the most terrifying moment of my life, and always will be. My family and a family friend's family were going on a hiking trip to the Appalachian mountain range. We rented cabins at a camping site and arranged for certain paths to take the following day. It would be a 4-day trip. The first 3 days went great. We saw wildlife, had a good time and spoke a lot, but on the 4th day, we were taking a trail that was more secluded and overgrown than the rest. We were walking for about 30 minutes when I was hit with this overwhelming feeling of uneasiness. The feeling just stayed there no matter what I did. And then, everyone else on the hike denies this, but I hear singing in a language that I've never heard before. It's like the singing described in the myth of the sirens, sweet yet enchanting. Yet the music invoked a feeling of fear down to my bones. Everyone else seems completely oblivious to it. I'm telling my dad that something was wrong, but he just told me I was probably tired and that we're going to stop soon. So about 5 minutes later, the singing just gets louder. My heart's racing. We had to stop to rest and eat. I wish with all my heart that we hadn't stopped. About 2 minutes into our little rest, the singing's getting progressively louder. My nerves have not settled. Then, everything goes silent. Everyone in our group, which is about 12 people, suddenly turns to our left. A figure that's very tall in a black coat was barely visible between the trees. It's a woman, much taller than people are supposed to be, with pure white hair flowing out of her hood. Her head is down, but her face is still visible. All I can make out is that her skin's very pale, like old paper. As we watch, she just stalks closer to our group, finally stopping dead at the edge of the tree line. And she looks up, and I swear to God, as long as I live and breathe, I can't forget her face. Her eyes are white. She has a pointed nose and pale lips. She stares at us for a moment and smiles. That's horrifying. She has no teeth. She then begins to try and talk to us in this high-pitched tone, but I don't know what she's saying. And in a blink, she's gone. Everyone's silent. This is my first time telling the experience, and I hate it. I just need to try and get it off my chest.
I was a kid. My parents sent me to Christian camp every year during the summer. Despite the Christian atmosphere, the campgrounds were wrought with ghost stories and rumours, most of them made up. The campgrounds had some history, and the founders of the camp had their own cabin, which was repurposed as a campus cabin. It was more of a shed, but rumour was it was haunted. With side paths and several clearings hidden away in the forest parts, people would sneak away and do unorthodox things. Satanic rituals were rumoured to take place, but probably weren't true. The way the camp was set up, about half the cabins were lightly wooded areas closer to the entrance of the camp. The other half and the lodge bordered a well-kept field, with taller and unruly grass stretching further off to meet the forest on the other side of the field. When I was about 6, I was assigned to a cabin by the field. It was an A-frame cabin and was swelteringly hot. The cabin being nestled in the mountain could, oddly enough, afford complex kitchenware, but skimped on comfort for the campers. Most of the nights, I slept on the top of my sleeping bag as opposed to inside it. The bathrooms were separate from the cabin, and being 6 and very much afraid of the dark, especially in a dark, unfamiliar, lightless place, I often found myself terrified to sleep for fear of wetting the bed. Our counsellor Josh was really relaxed too. Looking back, he was probably the most chill counsellor I ever had. He was in the Army Reserve and let us get away with a lot of things that never really flew after that year. The camp was pretty strict about rules. Lights out by 9, no venturing out of your cabin unless you use the bathroom. You couldn't even buy more than 1 soda from the commissary. Josh taught us that some rules are better left broken. At least that way you experience more out of life. As the weeks progressed, I found myself becoming more courageous. It was to the point where I was brave enough to venture a few feet away from my cabin at night to pee. On our last night, Josh proposed we spend the night in the field. We would pretend to go to bed at lights out. The staff would walk around with headlights and make sure everyone was in their beds, and then sneak out when we no longer saw the headlamps of wandering staff. We snuck out a little early, and were startled by a straggler staffer. Josh hissed at us to get down on the ground near the bushes to blend in with the darkness. The staffer didn't seem to notice us in their peripheral, but he seemed frantic by the way he was running towards the staff lodge. I noticed his panicked and clumsy footfalls as he ran to the cabin for the night, thinking, amused at how a grown man could be afraid of the dark too. We settled down by the tall grass, and when my eyes adjusted to the darkness, the stars above shone down on us, and it was as if I was looking into the cosmos itself. Josh was making some speech about how the stars were made by God, but I just ignored it and gazed up, comforted by the vague mischief we caused and the camaraderie I now shared with my cabin mates. Josh said he would wake us before the morning bell so we wouldn't get in trouble. I don't know when I fell asleep. Josh was talking all about creation, and suddenly, deafening silence only interrupted by the gentle sway of the tall grass in the breeze. I don't know what would have woken me up, but the sight of the stars and the gentle sound of the grass was luring me back to sleep. Before I could fall back asleep, I heard it. A gentle crunch in the tall grass. I was panicked, but when I didn't hear the sound of the second time, I calmed myself down, telling myself it was just a rabbit. A second crunch, this time a little heavier. My eyes flew open, and I slowly turned on my side to face my other cabin mates to see if they'd woken too. If there happened to be a mountain lion, I didn't want to become a target by making any sudden movements. The crunching sound became more frequent, and sounded as if it was coming closer, as if someone or something was at first trying to be sneaky, but gave up halfway. I was on my side, face to face with one of my cabin mates named Cody, and my back to the long grass. Behind me, the crunching got closer and louder. I was tearing up in unbridled fear. If I got up, it might go away, but on the off chance it didn't, would it attack me? Would this be my last night alive? As my thoughts raced and the footsteps got closer, I felt as if I was being watched by a sinister presence. Just as I was about to get up and bolt, Cody stirred slightly. His eyes fluttered and opened wide in fear as he looked past me and to whatever the thing was behind me. Laboured heavy breathing came through the grass behind me. Cody was considering running, I could tell. I softly shook my head, my eyes probably betraying my own fear. He gulped, and another one of our cabin mates let out a soft groan in his sleep. I could feel the eyes of whatever was behind me lift its whole boring gaze off me for a moment and my other cabin mate. Shivering uncontrollably, I felt like I was going to witness something gruesome. The thing behind me let out a soft guttural growl, sounding oddly human, but yeah, bestial. I could sense it tense up as if to attack. Before I could, however, some coyotes yipped off in the distance, drawing the beast's attention away from us. The footfall sounded as if it was retreating to the forest, and Cody's eyes seemed a little relaxed. We waited what felt like hours before Cody breathed to me, "Do you think it's gone?" I nodded, but he could see that I wasn't even convinced myself. We both stayed awake all night and hardly spoke a word at breakfast. Before we left for the year, I asked Cody what he saw, and he explained that he saw the body of an excessively skinny man. His hands weren't his own, rather ended like dog paws with long, retractable claws. He didn't have a human head, or if he did, it was hidden by what appeared to be the head of a stag. The only other person Cody told about the creature was Josh, but Josh thought he was just spreading another rumour and played it off. I never saw Cody back at camp, and we lost contact. Josh deployed in Iraq and unfortunately lost his life in 2001. There's a flagpole erected in honour of Josh in the middle of the field where we slept. I've been known to have some pretty awful nightmares, and I always just thought that's exactly what it was, until I got more interested in cryptids. The world is a large and scary place, and while the campgrounds were especially gorgeous, I don't think I'll ever return if it was a skinwalker like I think it is. Since I left, there's been disappearances here and there throughout the years, and I wonder if anyone would ever believe me.
This happened about a year ago, but still haunts me to this day. Back when I'm in middle school, I lived next door to a small neighbourhood. All I had to do was hop the fence and I'd be in the neighbourhood where all my friends are, where we are all between the ages of 12 and 13, and there were 5 of us. One of the houses where we were always had a backyard on the edge of the woods. We had created trails throughout it, completed with bridges over the creek that led to a reservoir of sorts where all the rainwater went, as well as the water that drained from the sewers. I say sewers, but it's a runoff from the street, and we use the tunnels under the road during intense games of manhunt. Anyway, we called that place the wall. The wall backed up quite literally to a house in the neighbourhood, and the next street over, we could clearly see houses through the trees in any direction we looked, so it's not like we're even far. Besides the trail we took, there was a main exit along the fence at the house aforementioned that led straight into the heart of the neighbourhood. Now, the wall was right by the street over. On our side, where the wall sat, there were 3 houses. One of them houses lived a well-known police officer whose kids were actually friends with us. The opposite side had a massive farmland to the left, and a heavily wooded area to the right, complete with its own empty, boarded up, creepy house that couldn't be seen from the road unless it's winter. No one had ever lived there, or at least in the last 3 years that we knew of. So like I said, and I'm trying to paint the picture here so you can understand, we were very, very close to the other homes, which makes this story an odd one. One of my friends and I, just the 2 of us, decided to go to the wall, taking the familiar trails through the woods, and we made it to the wall. Weeks prior to this, the group of us had been trying to make a bridge so we can continue our work. Between picking up branches and heaving stones, we noticed that something's coming from the woods across the street. It's a man. This man was dressed head to toe in camouflage, typical hunting gear that I've seen before. The weirdest thing was he had a shotgun in his hands, in a residential area. Luckily, we noticed him before he notices us, and I'm so glad we did. When he notices us, his eyes locked on both of us and his pace begins to quicken, and he made a beeline to us. He never said a word or even lowered his weapon. It was just in his hands, ready at any given moment. We snap out of it, take the exit, sprinting into the heart of the neighbourhood, running straight to my friend's house to tell someone. We tell her dad, and he immediately goes to check it out, but finds no one, not a trace. I don't know where or who that man was, but her dad wasted no time, going there in seconds. The wooded area where the man came from was not large, at least not large enough to ever consider hunting on, and it was definitely not hunting land. It's an extremely residential area with an elementary school no less than 3 minutes away. I never understood why the man was there, especially since there's a cop who lives there. All I know is that He was up to no good, and he probably did something terrible and may have been escaping. It's a terrifying accident that we encountered him.
I'm a 20-year-old man from Mexico. For some background, my family and I live in a certain state in Mexico. It's been known for drug violence, but my family never was really affected by it. So I unwisely thought that my family was immune to all that stuff. This incident that I'm sharing in this story totally awoke me from that fantasy. For some more information for the readers, I live in a multi-generation household with 3 parents, 3 siblings, my paternal grandfather, 2 paternal aunts, along with both of their husbands, 1 paternal uncle and his wife, 1 maternal aunt, she has a boyfriend that doesn't live with us, 1 maternal uncle, he's single, and 5 cousins. It's a pretty crowded house, but I manage, barely at times. Around 9 years ago, during spring break, some American friends that were also business partners came to visit my family. The American family composed of a father and his girlfriend, along with their 2 children. The kids' names were Mary, age 19, and Jarifo, who was my age at the time. I was fairly good friends with Jarifo, while Mary usually hung out with my older cousins. Our families decided to go on a camping trip out in the desert, but both our families were quite fond of extreme adventuring, so we wanted to find some remote location in the desert. The less people in the location, the more thrilling our camping would be in our minds. So me, my dad, my older brother, 2 cousins, Jarifo's father, Mary, and a few of my aunts and uncles set off camping. Once we found a wonderful camping spot, we set up our stuff. Me and Jarifo started getting bored sitting around the campfire, so without telling the adults, we decided to go on a little hike. A very stupid mistake, but we were nothing more than young 11-year-old kids. We just wanted to have an adventure on our own, and we thought we were invincible. Man, that didn't end well at all. While me and Jarifo were hiking out, we managed to get lost, not a surprise to anyone at all. As we were walking, we had totally lost track of where we were. We wandered helplessly around the desert, screaming as loud as we could, hoping that our families or some other campers would hear us. This kept us for around 3 hours, before we almost lost all hope of rescue. It was starting to get extremely dark and very cold. We suddenly came across some sort of human activity several yards away. Jarifo and I managed to pick out around 6 or 7 trucks. When we got closer, we could easily see around 24 men hanging around. From what we could tell, they were composed of a bunch of Latino and white guys. All the white guys had racist tattoos all over their bodies. One especially creepy dude had a skull tattoo on his face, while obviously other stuff was tattooed on the head of the other guy. The Latino men were similarly heavily tattooed, but I can't remember what they looked like now. The men were all armed with assault rifles. Me and Jarifo exchanged confused glances. The lighting was quite dark, but I could easily see that the Hispanic guys were handing over white bags to the white men. Obviously this was some sort of drug deal between the Mexican cartel and some American gang. I have heard several stories of such things happening, but I never imagined seeing something like that in person. Jarifo whispers to me that we need to get out of there before they saw us. We tried to scurry out as fast as quietly possible. This totally failed, as one of the Mexican gunmen spotted us and pointed us out to his buddies. The American and Mexican drug dealers started to shoot at us. Bullets were flying and crashing all around us. Our adrenaline kicked in and then we ran out the wind. I felt 1 bullet graze my side, but I kept running. Jarifo was shot in the stomach and he fell to the ground clutching his wound. He let out the most blood-curdling scream imaginable, the scream that still haunts me to this day. I knew that if I went to his aid, I would have been killed too, so I was forced to leave him behind. When I glanced back, a Mexican drug dealer dressed up as a trashy cowboy walked up to Jarifo. He then finished him off. No time for tears, I kept running. I prayed to every god that I could think of to save me. I was totally convinced that I was going to die that night, and my family would never find me. Slowly scumbling to fatigue, I glanced towards my right, and I spot a river 10 feet away. Knowing that this was my best chance of escaping my pursuers, despite the risk of drowning, I jumped into the river. I was never a stellar swimmer, but with the danger I was in, I suddenly became an Olympic swimmer that would have made Michael Phelps proud. The drug dealers continued to fire at me, but I eventually swam far enough away they gave up. I swam for another hour before I went back into dry land. Afterwards, I found a cave to settle into for the rest of the night. 3 hours later, I woke up to a flashlight in my face. For a second, I thought the drug dealers had found me again, but I was relieved to find out that it was simply just a rescue party sent to me by Jericho's family. I was airlifted to hospital and treated for my wounds. After my recovery, I explained what happened to my and Jericho's families. A sympathetic police officer explained to us that we probably witnessed a drug deal between the Juarez cartel and the Aryan Brotherhood. He then advised us to leave before the cartel tried any further attacks on us. Jericho's family called off the vacation and went home the next day. Not wanting further retaliation from the cartels, my own family moved to the Osakata state. So far so good, we've never had any trouble from the cartels again. Jericho's body was never found. I have no idea what happened to the dealers that attacked us that night, but I wish them the worst. I still have no contact with Jericho's family. To this day, I still get nightmares about the whole incident. It seems like this will be a chip on my shoulder for a long time.
This weekend, I went hiking with my boyfriend and a few of his friends. The 5 of us were heading up to a not so popular mountain trail that's about 10 minutes long up on a small lake. We saw 2 couples on their way down, but no one passed us up on the way. The trail isn't super easy and wildlife is pretty common. We saw a moose about 3 miles in, so we're all on guard for more mooses or a mountain lion or anything that can cause a problem. After the moose, we ran into a small patch of snow that's maybe 100 feet along the trail. Past the snow, we walk another 20 to 30 yards and find a deer's ribcage and spine. We gather around it, not saying much, and one of the guys turns it over with a stick. It's picked clean. After we stand up, an older guy is standing like 10 feet away from us. Not sure if one of us heard him or saw him walk up. It's like he just appeared. And after we make eye contact, he just turns over, jumps over the little creek, cutting through 18 inches of snow, running up the side of the mountain, disappearing.
People like to warn you about the dangers of nature when you go camping, but that's not what you should be afraid of. No, not exactly. I went camping with my girlfriend in a place called Nightfall Forest. As you might expect from the name, it was dark and a foreboding place, with areas where the trees grew so thick that very little sunlight could get through their overgrown branches. Lacey, my girlfriend, and a biologist in training, went to study the ecosystem of a particular area of the forest, known for its unique fungi and bacteria. It was a lot of science work to me, but a break from work sounded great, so I decided to tag along. She moved out, set up her instruments, as I set up camp not too far from the river. It was cool, a gentle breeze blowing over the camp as I hammered the last nails into the soil below. I had to admit it was nice. Nobody screaming at me about deadlines, no phones ringing every few minutes to complain about a product that I had no part in making, no cars honking at traffic or neighbours yelling loudly over the noise of their TVs. Nothing but the sound of the wind breaking through the trees, the trickle of water over rocks, and a few birds that I couldn't quite pinpoint in the dense foliage above. "What are you smiling at?" Lacey walked over and sat down beside me on a half-rotten log. It creaked under our combined weight. I was smiling. "You were?" "Just enjoy the quietness and solitude, I guess. It's really nice out here, isn't it?" She grabbed my hand and kissed the knuckles. "Don't worry, you can get back to your keyboard tapping and smog-infested city in just a few short days." That night, we cooked a fish Lacey caught over the fire she built, and it struck me how little I knew of surviving in the wilderness. I was a city boy, born and bred. This was foreign land to me. We made love for the first time under the stars, what little of them shone through the trees above us, and then retired to the tent. I was beat. It was around 2 AM when a sound outside woke me. Dry leaves crackled and branches snapped. I looked over and Lacey was gone, and a brief moment I panicked. Something took her. A wild animal came in and was dragging her away right this second. A crazy old hermit was living in the woods, and he abducted her as penance for trespassing on his land. Endless scenarios ran through my head as a shadow appeared in front of the tent. This is it, I thought. This is where the old crazy hermit comes and murders me and rips out my liver for tomorrow's breakfast. The zipper began to rise slowly. Each metal tooth it ran over echoed through the tent, through my soul. Inch by inch it rose, getting stuck on something halfway. It was too dark to see. I thumbed around for something, anything I could to defend myself. All I could find was my pillow. All the tools were outside. God, I was an idiot. The zipper broke free of its snag, and I rose again, edging closer and closer to my impending doom. I grabbed my pillow and swallowed. At the very least, I could confuse the intruder and escape into the forest. If it was too dark for me to see, that meant it was too dark for them as well. I braced myself. 3, 2, 1. Jesus, you scare me. It was just Lacey. That's my line. What the hell are you doing? I had to pee. Did you have to pull the zip of the tent like a serial killer? I didn't want to wake you. Too late. I'm awake. Fuck me. I thought I was about to lose my liver. Your liver, what? Lacey got into her sleeping bag and fluffed up her pillow. Never mind. Well, now that I'm awake, I'm gonna go pee too. Have fun, she said. I made my way out into the darkness. Crickets chirps and the trickle of water over rocks continued, unabated. It was both unnerving and soothing at the same time. I finished my business, and as I turned to return to the tent, I froze. I wasn't alone. This wasn't Lacey trying to sneak her way back into the tent without waking me. There was someone standing in the trees, just a few meters away. It was too dark to see anything but a vague outline, but there was no mistaking it. There was a person right there. I could pick up a rock and hit them with it. Did they see me? I couldn't tell which direction the person was facing. They were just standing there, like a statue. I stood still, waiting to see if the figure could make a move. I was sure I could hear the beating of my heart in my chest. Why wasn't it moving? There was a cry in the distance. We both turned towards the sound, and then the figure turned to look at me, his eyes glinting in the darkness before it took off running. I scrambled for the tent and yanked the zipper down as hard as I could, forcing it to get stuck several times. "What are you doing?" Lacey asked, rubbing her eyes. I put a shaky finger to my lips and crawled into my sleeping bag. We waited, listening. There was another cry, fainter this time, and then silence. The thing was gone. "There was something out there," I whispered, unable to hide the fear in my voice. Lacey sat up. "What do you mean? Someone's out there? Who?" I shook my head. There was a cry, a scream, something, and they took off. I left out the part about the eyes. No need to worry her or make her think I was insane. I was a city boy. She would put it down to the unfamiliarity of the woods and not take me seriously. Camping virgin or not, the thing I saw, it wasn't human. The morning came without a wink of sleep, and Lacey went off to check her instruments. "Do you want some breakfast?" I called out. "I'll eat later," she said. The forest felt cold, unwelcoming almost, like the eyes were watching me from every corner. I stood up, thinking to join Lacey as she did her rounds, but then it dawned on me that I had no idea where she was. I was setting up camp when she put her stuff out. I was alone. I made my way over to the trees, where I saw the figure the night before. There were footprints in the mud, leading in the same direction where the figure ran off. I didn't imagine it. I followed them for a few meters before they disappeared. It wasn't that the mud ended, the footprints just stopped. I needed to think of an excuse before Lacey got back, so we could get the hell out of here. She could call me a chicken all she wanted, but at least I'd been a live chicken. But as the morning went on, there was no sign of her. I tried my hand at fishing, but all it brought was frustration and even more time to think. I tried to set up booby traps around the camp, but I was no Boy Scout. I didn't know the first thing about setting up a snare. Mud squelched under my feet and twigs snapped. How on earth did someone get so close to our camp without us hearing them? I couldn't make 2 steps without alerting half the forest. Several hours passed and no sign of Lacey. I bit my nails and wore a path in the grass beside our tent. Our phones were off and unable to receive reception out here, regardless. I knew my way back to the car, but that was it. If I went looking for Lacey, chances are I'd get myself lost and I'd be in even more trouble. But then a scream drew me from my thoughts. Lacey! I took off running. Getting lost didn't matter if Lacey ended up dead or injured instead. I pushed my way through the trees and branches, scraping my arms and face. There was another scream to my left. I turned, sliding in the mud before picking up speed again. The thing I saw outside the tent, it had her. It was all I could think. I slipped and fell several times, covering myself in mud, and then I heard a third scream, this time to my right. It was playing with me. I fell to my knees exhausted. I had no idea where I was, no idea how to get back, no idea where Lacey was or even if she was okay. It lured me out here, away from the camp, and now I could do as it pleased with Lacey. It was all I could think of, rational or otherwise. Lacey, I had to save Lacey. I stood up and ran in the direction I came from. At least the direction I thought I came from. Panic was settling in, and the forest looked the same no matter how far I ran. I could have been running in circles for all I knew. Maybe I was. My heart jumped in my throat. Footprints. I found footprints. If I followed them back, I could reach the campsite. I didn't miss a beat as I leapt over rocks and branches. It would have been beautiful if I wasn't scared. Then something moved in front of me, and I was on my back in the mud. Lacey! She looked at me confused. What are you doing? I extracted myself from the muck and grabbed her by the shoulders. That's my line. Are you okay? I heard screams. Her brow furrowed. I didn't hear anything. Are you okay? My head pounded, my chest ached, my brain was clouded with fear and confusion. You didn't hear those screams just before? They were loud enough I could hear them from the camp. I thought it was you. At that she smiled. Oh, you're so sweet. But I was just checking on my instruments. I didn't hear anything at all. Really? She nodded. You're probably just tired. You didn't get much sleep after all. Maybe. A sleepless night wasn't new to me, but it didn't explain why I heard something screaming when she didn't. Come on, let's go back to camp. I'll whip up a lunch special of canned beans and filtered river water. I attempted a smile that never quite reached my lips and followed her back. The forest was too quiet. My nerves refused to settle down. We ate lunch in silence. My muddy clothes hung by the tent, and all I could think was that I didn't want to be out here any longer. Camping wasn't for me. We were supposed to stay a few more days, but I wasn't sure if I could make it through the next night. Lacey. Yeah, she asked, stuffing her face with beans like she'd never eaten a meal before in her life. I want to get out of here. You want to go for a walk or something? No, out of here entirely. I want to go home. She snickered. Now you're just being silly. We just got here and I haven't finished my recordings. I felt bad, but I couldn't do it. Please. She looked at me. You serious? Yeah, I am. She considered it and then sighed. Is this about the screams? I shook my head. It's not just that. I know you didn't see them, but I saw someone last night. Right here, by the trees. I don't like this place. It's dangerous. Who's to say that tonight they won't return and murder us for real? I know you just wanted to do some research, but that research isn't going to be any good if we're both dead. I don't like this place, and I just don't. I just want to go home, please. She finished her plate of beans and set it down to the log beside her. You owe me big time. I couldn't help hide the smile on my face. Anything at all, you name it. Yeah, well, first I have to go get all my gear, I suppose. One day's worth of results is better than nothing. And you, sir, you get to break down the tent and put everything away. No problem, it'll be done before you know it. My spirits lifted. No doubt she'd give me shit the entire way home, but I could deal with that. Because we'd be alive and we'd be safe. That was all that mattered. I gathered our gear up in record time and was waiting when Lacey returned. We loaded up, I said an internal F you, and hope I never see you again, to the forest, and we went on our way. Did you manage to get anything from your tests? I tried to make conversation as we walked so I wouldn't have to think about how creepy the forest was. The sun was setting and it would be dark soon. I hated winter. Early nights suck. No, not very much, nah. But it's fine, I can come out here and get some by myself. I scratched my nose and avoided looking at her. This was the right thing to do. I wasn't imagining things, I just wasn't. I'm sorry, I know you're looking forward to this trip. Look, if you're gonna mope the whole way home, just stop right now. I agreed to go back with you, didn't I? She did, yeah. Now stop fussing over it. Sorry. We walked in silence. The closer we got to the car, the more forest sprang to life. Birds sang, insects chirped, and the various creatures scuttled around the forest floor. The sound of several large animals stomping through the brush caught my attention, but I couldn't find them. As long as we didn't get in their way, we'd be fine. The sun disappeared behind the horizon, but the car was in sight, just a few more meters, and we'd— Josh! Lacey, a few steps ahead of me, stopped dead in her tracks. She turned to look at me in the gloom of dusk, her expression unreadable. Lacey's voice called out my name. Only Lacey, standing in front of me, wasn't the name who called it. It came from the trees to our right. What the hell? We need to go now, Lacey said. She didn't wait for an answer and picked up the pace towards the car. Josh, wait! Something came running out of the trees. It was Lacey. What the hell? Lacey, the original Lacey, turned around. There were two of them looking right at me. What the hell is going on? Lacey, the other Lacey, was covered in mud. I took a step back as she ran towards me. Josh, it's me! My eyes flickered back and forth between the two of them, and my back pressed into a tree. I went out to pee last night and something odd grabbed me. This thing isn't me. I didn't know what to believe. They were a mirror image of each other. I don't know what that thing is, but I can tell you that when I went out to pee last night, I most certainly wasn't grabbed. The non-messy Lacey looked at me, her eyes wide. And yeah, I agree, we really should get out of here now. The messy Lacey turned and jumped before I could say a word. The two Laceys fell in the mud, scratching and punching and kicking. I ran over, grabbed the nearest one and pulled her off. There was a growl deep in the forest. I swallowed. That wasn't a deer. There was no time for this. It was getting darker and colder by the second. I turned to Lacey on my right. What did you get me for my 5th birthday? A red Matchbox car, she said without hesitation. I turned to Lacey on my left, pushing herself up out of the mud. What did I want but not get for my birthday last year? A rainbow cake with buttercream frosting, she said, flicking the mud off the front of her pants. Both were correct. The red Matchbox car was a pride of my childhood, and it sat on my dresser at home. Only Lacey knew about the cake I wanted last year, but due to a mistake at the bakery, never got it. This was insane. I don't know what the fuck's going on here, but I can't be the only one who heard that growl just now. Lacey, both Laceys look at me. A second later it was on us. A featureless man, like something moulded out of clay, ran for Lacey. Its eye glinted in the darkness, and it barreled into her full speed, sending them both tumbling to the ground. A scream barely had time to escape my lips before it was all over. The clay man ripped out her throat. Lacey, the other one beside me, screamed. The yellow eyes turned towards her, and then looked at me. A mistake was made. There weren't supposed to be two Laceys. Something fucked up the process. The clay man grabbed my wrist and began to charge before me. It grew taller, matching my height. The watch on my arm began to form on his. The bare chest morphed into my shirt and jacket. Its blank face became mine. Lacey screamed again. I pulled the creature away from her and we fell, hitting the ground hard. Mud clouded my vision. Mud, so much mud. It was on everything, working its way into every crevice in my body. I extracted my limbs and swung for the thing with my face. It grunted and grabbed my hair, pulling me back down. It pinned me to the ground, and as it adjusted to bear its full weight down on me, I lifted my knee. I kicked with all my might, sending the other me tumbling to the ground. I grabbed Lacey's hand and ran blindly for the car. "Get back here," the man yelled in my voice. I ran as fast as I could, not turning back. "Hey, don't leave me here!" I fumbled for the keys in my pocket. The car was just ahead. Lacey was dead. Was this my Lacey? There was no time to think about it. I pressed a button on my keys, relief flooding through me as I heard the familiar beep signifying the car was unlocked. I ran for the driver's side, while Lacey ran for the other. Our things could be replaced, but not our lives. I saw myself running for the car as I put the key in the ignition. Even more frightening than seeing the other Lacey in front of me was seeing myself. It was a perfect copy. It even ran with heavy feet like I did. The engine roared to life as the no longer clay version of myself jumped up onto the car. Lacey had her head in her hands, crying. I threw the car into reverse and watched as it went flying into the parking lot. I sped off, visions of myself running like a crazed Terminator with a limp in the rear-view mirror burning into my mind. Lacey said nothing as we drove the empty roads home. We both watched her, or at least the other version of her, die before our very eyes. But which Lacey was it? Did she even know herself? and now there was another version of me running around somewhere out there too. Both Lacys truly believe they were the original. It keeps me up at night sometimes wondering. I've never seen anything to doubt that the Lacey sleeping beside me isn't the one that I met when we were 17-year-olds and stupid kids with too much time on our hands, but I could see it in her eyes when they argued. They both believe they were the one and only true Lacey. They both have the same memories, the same features, the same scars, the same feelings and emotions. Somewhere out there is another version of me. Did he return to the woods, lost and confused, or is he figuring out his next move? Waiting for the right moment to get rid of the imposter inhabiting his house, sleeping in his bed and making love to his girlfriend. Sometimes I wonder though, in the quiet of the night when the world is asleep, am I really me? If we have the same memories and we both believe ourselves to be the one and only true version, how do I know that I'm the original? Even if he does come and kill me and take my place, how will I ever know? I won't, and that's the thing that worries me the most.
When I was 10 years old, I lived in a relatively small town in Texas in a small house with my mum. My mum has always had a very caring heart for me or those in need. So when my uncle called her one night and told her he ran into a homeless girl at the local park, my mum offered to help her out for a day or so to get her back on her feet. You know, that kind of thing. When the girl arrived at my house, she said her name was Laura. Laura said she's 16 at the time and seemed shy. When my mum asked why she's out there on the streets, she said she got kicked out of her home by her mum because her mum accused her of sleeping with her boyfriend. Laura said it wasn't true. She told us her mother's boyfriend was the one who came on to her. My mum gave Laura a place to sleep in. The next day after breakfast, Laura asked us to use my mum's house phone to call her mum to see if she could get some of her things back. Now Laura's mum never answered the phone, and we felt bad for her. As a 10-year-old girl, I couldn't imagine what must have been going through her head. Later that day, I remembered watching TV in the living room, minding my own business. I could feel someone staring at me. I'm kind of freaked out by this, and I turn my head. I look and Laura's staring at me with a gaze that was as though she wanted to kill me. I was confused and a little startled. I turned my head away from her quickly, going back to watching TV, but I can still feel Laura's cold gaze. I couldn't understand what I have done to make her look at me this way, with such hatred. Thinking of it now, it's the most hate I've ever seen in someone's eyes. I could almost see evil in it. The next day, it happens once more. I was in the kitchen getting a glass of water when I could feel someone looking at me. I turned my head to the side and saw Laura's head peering around the corner at me. Her eyes are dark and laced with hatred. It frightened me, and I felt so confused as to why she's looking at me this way. I didn't want to cause any trouble, so I didn't bring up Laura's gaze to my mother. Later that night, my uncle had joined us for dinner. He had stopped by to see how everything was with Laura, and if we had any luck finding her a place to live in with one of her family members. After dinner, I was washing my plate in the sink when I heard a loud growling sound coming from the dining room. I turned my head, and Laura's shaking and growling like some kind of wild animal. My mum and uncle looked disturbed and worried. Laura threw herself onto the floor and began thrashing around and screaming as though she's possessed. I was absolutely terrified. It was a scary thing to witness. I grew up very religious. My mum and uncle began praying out loud for Laura while I ran into my room closing the door. This went on for 2 hours, but it felt like an eternity of horror. I could hear Laura screaming like a madwoman, growling like some kind of beast. I don't think any of us knew exactly what was going on. After my mum and uncle had prayed for Laura, for what felt like forever, Laura told us she's a demon, and that she's been taken over. None of us were sure what had caused this behaviour. None of us were sure what even happened. I peeked my head out of my room to see Laura smiling happily, She curled onto the couch with a blanket. Her eyes opened and she shot a cold glare at me. I quickly closed my bedroom door in fear and put a chair in front of my bedroom door and go to sleep. I wake up the next morning by my mum waking me up. She told me that she was taking me out to eat in my favourite restaurant. When I asked her if Laura was going out, she gave me an expression and said, "Your uncle's going to take her back to her mum's house. He slept on the couch last night after what happened. He and I were talking when the two of you had gone to sleep, and we pieced together that Laura made up the entire performance. She is not stable and we think she's dangerous." As I heard my mother say those words, I felt terrified. I got dressed and went to the car to go to the restaurant with my mum, happy to get away from her. When we got in the car, we saw Laura and my uncle getting in his truck with her. Laura appears absolutely furious, and we're starting to think she actually lied about her age. I'm 22 now, and I've never forgotten about this horrific incident and what happened all them years ago. After that day, I never saw Laura or heard from her again.
This is not my story, but instead my sister's, who will be using my account to share it all with you. When I was in high school, I was good friends with a girl called Emma. Emma was kinda quiet and shy, but always was there if you needed her. When I finished high school, I lost touch with Emma, as that's what happens with a lot of our friendships after school. 2 years later in college, I started dating a guy called Ben, and Ben's best friend Gary was Emma's boyfriend. After discovering that we all knew each other, we started hanging out again. One of the nights, we planned to all hang out in Gary's house, have a few drinks and play a few games. Myself and Ben showed up at about 8 PM to Gary's house, and Gary said Emma should be over soon. That was fine. We opened up beers and started drinking. It was nearly 9 PM and Emma still wasn't here, so we decided to ring her. Emma answered and apologised for being late. She said that she was finishing getting ready and she should be there soon. At 9:30 PM there was still no sign of Emma, so we called again. This time her younger brother picked up the phone. Her brother was 15 years old at the time and told us that Emma wasn't feeling well and was in the bathroom. Gary was worried and asked if he should head over and check on her, but her brother was adamant that he was looking after Emma and that she was alright and to enjoy her night. We didn't go home. Instead we just kept drinking and hanging out because we all thought that Emma was just having a simple flu. Just after 10 PM we decided to call one last time and check on Emma. Again her brother answered and calmly told us that Emma had gone to bed and she'll call in the morning. We left it at that, believing she was safe at home in bed and didn't want to annoy her or bother her by non-stop calling. That night, Emma's mum returned home at 12 AM to find Emma dead on the kitchen floor. Emma had been bludgeoned to death by her younger brother a couple of hours earlier. We later found out that when Emma was leaving to come to us, she and her brother got into a fight about something ridiculous, and he beat her up and stabbed her over 30 times. Since her brother was a minor, he wasn't going to be sent to prison. Instead, her brother pleaded insanity and was sent to an institution. A lot of his information wasn't leaks, as the accused was a minor. I do know that his parents stuck by him, and he was released after 4 years.
This happened when I was about 13, to me and my friends, a group of boys. We were all from relatively small villages, and we loved the few times a year that we all got to go into the nearest city together and look at comic book stores. One particular time, our group split up into 2 pairs, and I went with my friend to the bank. While he's inside, I sat on a bench outside and waited. While I was there, a thin bald man approaches and sits next to me. He spoke in a German accent, carrying a briefcase, started asking if I believed in God. I told him I went to the Church of England in primary school, but I wasn't very religious and didn't know what I believed. He proceeded to open his briefcase, start showing me tons of leaflets and flyers and motivational religious images. Trying to be polite, I spoke to him and listened. After a while, he told me that he had some leaflets in his car he needed to show me, that it won't be too long. I said I wouldn't go with him, but I'd wait on the bench if he really wanted to show me. He gets really persistent now and says I have to come back to the car with him, and I felt uncomfortable. Eventually my friend comes out of the bank, and the German guy said we should both go with him to his car because he really wants to show us some interesting things. We kept saying no, and thankfully, a couple saw that we're in a sticky situation and come over asking if we're okay. This seems to scare off the guy, and he starts fleeing. When we started walking back to meet our friends, we noticed that he's now following us. Luckily, the kind couple were keeping an eye on us and shouted at him, and eventually he ran off. To this day, I'm so thankful for that couple having intervened in the situation. God knows what he would have actually done or what he had in his car. I just know it wasn't good.
This is my stalker story. It's not that bad, but I'm glad I'm moving as far away as soon as possible so I don't have to worry about this. My husband and I live abroad, and when we first moved to this country we met a couple, H the wife and I the husband, within 2 weeks of moving. They're from my home country, so we became friends and had drinks as a couple of times. My husband and H both work, so R and I began walking our dogs together every now and then. At this point, I began noticing that R paid a lot of attention to my Facebook posts. He would comment to me about things from way before we'd even met, and if I posted something over the weekend and saw him walk the dog, he would always mention it, even if it had nothing to do with him. He also made comments that I thought were mildly inappropriate, like commenting on my tan after a beach vacation and making sexual jokes at different times. I always ignored the comments and changed the conversation. Well, I always had the feeling that he was probably lonely or socially awkward, so I let it go. But I began trying to lengthen the times between my walks, or made myself busy if he asked. He would always want to know why, and then comment like, "I'll have to hear more about it when I see you," or "That sounds like a legitimate excuse." It got to be pretty creepy, so I told him that I thought we've seen each other too frequently, and since we're both married we should just hang out as couples. So then R texts me from a new phone number and says, "We should talk on here so our spouses don't know," and I told him I didn't want to talk to him again and blocked both of his numbers. So he sends me a message and add request on Facebook to another page where all of his friends are BDSM models and strippers, and tells me that I can message him on there. I took screenshots of it and sent them to his wife, told him not to talk to me at all, and blocked both of his Facebooks. His wife told me that she couldn't find the page, meaning he had blocked her from it. So after this our friendship as a couple was over. I then starts following me on Instagram. I blocked 6 profiles that messaged me shortly after that Facebook ad. I never talk to people I don't know online, so it was clear to me that it was from him. The fake Instagrams he made only had pictures of places I've travelled to or mentioned wanting to travel to, TV shows I liked and the art that I'd mentioned. I put everything on private and blocked all of them. So recently he's back. I re-downloaded Words with Friends 3 weeks ago and used my real first name and a picture of my dog. I started getting requests from games from guys who I'd started playing with the week I re-downloaded it. He would start messaging me immediately whilst not making moves, or if they did make moves, there seemed to be a high number of creepy words like arouses and that sort of thing. I blocked all those and changed my name and region and picture. I hate that I have to be on guard for this guy and that he reappeared a few months later. I don't know why he keeps harassing me, and I'm happy that I'm moving far away in a few months.
Okay, this happened a couple of years ago now, but it's easily the scariest thing that I've ever been through. I was doing my second year of my degree, so I worked at a well-known fast food place. I don't want to get sued or whatever, but you'd probably recognize it. I was pretty good at my job at the time, and it wasn't too difficult to begin with. I started off doing day shifts, which is when most of the staff are working. Places like that are a revolving door, employee-wise. I worked there for 7 months, and I may have well been a lifter. While working there, I worked alongside a dude called Frank. Frank's older than me. I was in my 20s at the time, but he's in his early 30s. He had a pleasantish demeanour most of the time, but this dude is dumb as a pole. He constantly did things wrong and was absolutely frustrating all the time. More than that though, he was just kind of weird. He did weird things that didn't make any sense to anyone. Because of this, I barely spoke to him unless I absolutely had to. I wasn't at all bummed out when they decided to fire him. As far as I knew, this would be the last I ever saw of him. I was pretty indifferent about it. A few months went on, and I was eventually moved into the morning shift. We're talking 5 AM to 12 PM, and it sucked, but it meant I had afternoons free most of the time, which meant I could go ahead with uni work. I generally only worked on weekends, and any day that I didn't have university. At the time the story happened, I had already found a new job, and I was on my final day of working for this fast food place. I actually had my first shift at this new place at 4 PM that day, and wasn't planning to work, but my manager begged me to train with the new girl. I agreed. I'd still have a couple of hours to change and nap after my shift, so it's no big deal. The day fell on a Wednesday, which I never usually worked on, and I wasn't rotated to work on it. That's important to remember. So I go to the store at 5 AM and start training with the new girl as usual. Everything's pretty chill, and as per usual, we go about like normal. Up until about 7, I look over the counter and I see a familiar face. There was a line of customers, but he wasn't standing in it. More next to it, I gave a brief "Hi Frank" and turned back to what I was doing. We weren't friends and had never spoken, and I hadn't seen him in there for literally 6 months, so I didn't want to give him any more of my time. The guy just kept lingering in there though. He asked me how I was and I said fine, and asked him it back. He said he'd found a new job, and I sort of nodded, but I was serving customers, to be honest. I didn't really want to keep up the conversation. And then, weird stuff starts happening. He says if I wanted to hang out sometime, which I sort of said no. The woman I was serving gave me an amused smile, which I returned. Frank wasn't happy though, asking again. I say no. He says why. I said I had a partner and that I was busy, so no. He asked what I was busy with. I said I was going back to my hometown, which was true. I was going to do that after my shift to find my new place where my mum is. He said what was I doing there and where am I going? Frustrated now, I say I'm busy and that I need to go back to work. It had been a couple of years and honestly, it was so traumatic. I don't fully remember what happened next, but I do remember is that suddenly, this guy was acting weird. He was staring at me with wide eyes, like he didn't know what was going on. He walked around to the employee door and tried to go in, at which point I ran over, held up my hands to him, touching him pointedly, not touching him. I told him he couldn't come back there. He had to leave, and the guy's sweating now, staring at me. He sort of mumbles something, like he's arguing with me but agreeing. He even steps back a little. I tell him that he must leave and has to go. One of the customers sees this and says firmly, "Are you leaving, mate?" To which Frank nods, but makes no actual movements, just standing there shaking. The problem with working in crappy places like that is the employee door didn't lock. I closed the door anyway and moved back, so I'm on the stairs to the office. I can see the CCTV feed. I look at the feed from one pointed at the employee door and see that he's just standing there at the door, unmoving. Meanwhile, the girl is still serving customers by the way. I was scared as hell, so I text my manager, who says she's on her way. She says it's going to be alright and just to hold tight. He's still standing there, so I ask her if it's okay if I head up to the office, which she says is fine. It's not too busy, and honestly, I wouldn't care if it was. I go upstairs to the office. Just as I get there, I hear the voice of the new girl shouting, "Wait, stop there, you can't go up there." And wow, I turn around and see Frank, dazed out of his mind, coming up the stairs. His eyes are wide open and out of it. Once again, I hold up my hands and tell him to leave, but this time, he seems completely incapable of listening and just keeps walking up the stairs towards me. I text my manager in caps saying he's upstairs. Remember what I said about working in bad places? Nothing works, which meant that the door to the office doesn't lock. As he approaches me, I slam the door shut and press my back up against it. I was hoping that because he seemed so strung out, I don't know if it was drugs or what, he would just leave, but he didn't. He starts pushing on the door, grunting and moaning, like I'm in a horror film. At this point, I just nope out of there and call the police. I'm screaming on the phone to this girl, shaking now. I've never had to call any sort of emergency service before or since, so the whole thing is just terrifying to me. And bear in mind, he's still pushing on the door as I'm doing all of this. He asks me if I know what I'm doing, or if he has a weapon. And it dawns on me that I have no idea. As soon as the dispatch girl hangs up, I hear my manager's voice talking very firmly to Frank. From what I can tell, he's sort of responding to her. I call that I've called the police, but I can't move the door. I hear the police soon enough, and they convince him to come downstairs. As he's going, he says softly, "Can my name come?" At this point, I say, "What the hell?" Soon enough, a police officer knocks on the door and tells me that they've taken him outside. He comes in and takes my statement. He tells me that all they could do is let him go, since he hasn't broken the frickin' law and doesn't seem to be on drugs. I'm scared for the life of me now, but I'm sort of glad he's gone. You'd think this is where it ends, but apparently, Frank had a little prequel in mind for me. After this whole thing, I grab my phone to text my partner, and I notice I've got a new email. I check it, 6:30 that morning, from Frank. I don't know what he said, but it was essentially saying hello and how am I. He asked in the email if I'd like to go out sometime, and that I'd had a great impact on his life. What the hell? I show my manager, and she guesses that he got my email from one of the email threads, but we're not even sure if that's the case. Remember earlier though, how I said that I hadn't been rotated to work this day, that I never work on Wednesdays, that he left before I started the early shifts. There was, in theory, no way he could tell that I would be there, yet he did. I passed this information on to the police, and they told me they can't do anything, but if I saw him again, to call them. But wow, what if it's too late by then? I call my new workplace and very briefly explain the situation. They were very nice and said I don't have to come in, and that they hope I'm okay. My partner brought me home and helps me calm down, and I'm paranoid, terrified. I eventually move out of that town, but only 2 months ago, up until then, I saw him everywhere I went, and I'm in constant fear I'm gonna see him again.
I'm a nanny, and I'd been with my current family for about 2 years when the eldest started preschool a couple of days a week. I'd drop him off at about 9 and pick him up at 12:30, bringing his baby brother along. Now this school was very hooty-tooty, and most of the families who sent their children were very wealthy. Everyone entering the building had to wear badges with our names printed out. Every entrance had a security guard and metal detector. They employed about 10 security guards around the building that patrolled the place from open to close. I became very familiar with several of them because I passed them at their post, in and out. Most cops are making a few extra $100 on their days off. Well, during the fall of 2017, the older boy moved to the new class on the other side of the school. This entrance was never as populated, so it was just a couple of people going in and out of this door during the day. The security guard was from a private company. He was always extremely polite and friendly. One of the nice security guards without a doubt. He was probably in his late 20s. I thought he looked like a young Santa Claus, round, jolly-faced, and permanently with a red nose and cheeks framed with a thick brown beard, thin-framed glasses and curly brown hair that went to his shoulders. I eventually learned that his name was Nick, which only solidified my compassion. Months passed, and we'd see each other 2 or 3 days a week. The boys loved to wave at him, and he'd always ask how our day was and would respond. In January of 2018, I came down with the flu and missed about 2 weeks of work. When I returned, I continued our regular schedule of school drop-offs and pick-ups. I was walking past Nick, waved, and he stopped me and said that he noticed that I was gone for 2 weeks, and he hoped that I was feeling better. I smiled, thanked him, and said that it was the sickest that I'd been, but I was glad to be back. I found it a bit odd that he noticed that I was gone, and that I was sick. I assumed my employers had told him when they did drop-offs and pick-ups while I was gone. I didn't think much of it and continued on, but when I went to leave, he stopped me again and told me that he didn't know that I wasn't the boy's mother. I laughed and basically said that people confuse me with their mum because I'm with them all the time and we kinda look similar. He laughed too, and then said, "I was wondering, I never saw you with a husband, and you don't have a ring on your finger, so I thought you were just a single mum." I laughed nervously to this, and didn't know what to say. "Nope, just a nanny," I said. I wanted to kick myself once again when I got back in the car. I was caught off guard, and generally I'm a bit awkward, so tend not to respond best when I'm put on the spot. I guess I didn't realise that he paid that much attention to me. I was a bit uneasy, but found it harmless. The next day I said hello, and he responded by calling me by name, which he had never done before, and telling me I looked nice, which he definitely had never done before, and I was surprised. I started to think maybe he was interested in me, since learning that I'm not actually a single mum. This sounded weird to me. I'm gay, and I look very gay, so men very seldom take an interest in me, and when they do, I'm weirded out. When I left, we exchanged a simple goodbye, and the rest of the week went by pretty non-eventful. In early February, I was doing the drop-off yet again, when on the way out with a baby strapped to my chest, Nick stopped me. He was very courteous, but he asked me if I'd be interested in going to dinner with him in the weekend. Again, I'm incredibly awkward, so my response was to laugh, and I could see that he was immediately offended. I apologised and tried to explain that I was actually engaged and had been in a long-term relationship. This was true. His face changed and he said, "Well, where's your ring?" The way he said this made me uncomfortable. I told him that I don't really like wearing jewellery to work, so I only wear it on the weekends. I had accidentally scratched the baby with the ring when he was just a newborn, and basically decided it wasn't something I wanted to wear carrying them. He didn't seem satisfied with my answer, but let me go and told me to have a good evening. When I came to pick up the older boy that afternoon, Nick seemed agitated. I said hello, and no answer. Okay. I was upset, but let it go. I didn't want this guy to have hurt feelings, but geez, could he not tell that I was gay? The constant button-ups didn't clue him in. Didn't need an undercut. It wasn't personal. Why was he so angry? When I left, he again ignored me. I kinda just swallowed and thought, oh well, he'll get over it. I had put the baby in a seat in the back of my car, and was buckling up the 3-year-old when I heard a voice behind me. "You don't have to lie to me," he boomed. I whipped around, and Nick was about a foot away from me. I was grabbed between the car, the open door, and his body. He no longer looked like a polite, jolly young man. He was big, probably about 6'2", and easily 400 pounds. I was scared and I was angry. How dare he come up to me and scare me? How dare he corner me and intimidate me when he knows I'm doing my job? I hurried out the doorway and shut the door and locked it, with the keys in my hand. I stood inches away and tried to back up. "You didn't need to lie to me. You aren't interested in me. Just tell me. I don't like liars." I didn't owe this guy anything, but I explained that I wasn't lying. I said that I'm engaged and it's nothing personal. He was nice and a friendly guy, and I didn't mean to hurt his feelings. He was angry. He huffed and said, "Oh, you didn't hurt my feelings. I just don't appreciate dishonesty. You lied to me about their mother, so I figured you're lying about this too." I was mad. I never once lied about being their mother. He assumed because I was the one doing the drop-offs and pickups. Our conversations never go beyond hello, good day, and goodbye until recently. I decided our conversation was over. He was talking down to me and accused me of nonsense. I told him I never lied about this or anything, and I didn't appreciate his tone. I went around and got in the car, and he followed, but kept his distance, and said, "I'm not even sure why I wasted my time on you anyways." I was shocked. He was a completely different person. I avoid altercations at all costs, so for someone to speak to me like this was very upsetting. I ended up disclosing the situation to my employers, who got very upset. They didn't like how he spoke to me, and especially didn't like what he did around the children. I ended up contacting the school, which were mortified about it. I was terrified to see him again, knowing he'd know that I'd told. That never happened. He was fired and replaced with a retired cop who was incredibly unfriendly, and I was grateful. I felt bad. I thought that my employers had overreacted, but they were prone to overreactions, and honestly, I was selfishly happy that I wouldn't have to see him again. I was worried about how awkward it may be. I let it go, and weeks passed, and school drop-offs were uneventful. However, in May of 2018 that changed. I live in an enclosed apartment complex in uptown Dallas. Our apartment neighbours a ton of bars, so we have some issues with break-ins and vandalisms. We've always had police presence, but after an incident where some drunk guy broke into the office through a window of the manager's office, they decided to hire security guards. Guess who ended up doing the night shifts? Nick. When I first saw him, I was checking my mail and he passed me in his uniform. I froze and he looked me in the eye and said, "Good evening, Mum." Good, he must have forgotten me. I was shaken up as I went to the apartment and immediately told my fiancée who I saw. She was aware of the situation with Nick at the old preschool, and being the daughter of a cop was always more suspicious and suspected the absolute worst of everyone. She didn't want him to find out which apartment was ours, so we started talking back at the elevator and parking in a different area. He only patrolled the office area and the perimeter of the building, so we found it easy to avoid him for a week or so. One day, the back of the elevator was out of order, so I had to take the front elevator from the parking garage up to my apartment on the 4th floor. The elevator stops in the lobby and Nick walks on, and I freeze. I guess he could sense that I was anxious. He looked at me and said, "Don't worry," and said my name. "I'm not mad you got me fired, just don't do it again." I didn't even respond. I just got off the 4th floor and then thought, oh no, now he knows what floor I live on. I immediately ran inside and told my fiancée, and she said that she would contact the management. I convinced her that this was a bad idea. It could make him angry, and I doubt he'd be let go. He hasn't done anything, but he did follow me here. He knew me. How did he end up here? It seemed like too much of a coincidence. I will say we lived in panic. We kept our door bolted and installed a camera. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of the story of Jennifer Morey. She was a young lawyer living in an apartment similar to mine in Houston. She was stalked and attacked by her apartment security guard. He had access to her apartment. She survived, went through a horrible ordeal, and we were both terrified this could happen to us. Every noise terrified us. We'd get up to make sure the door was bolted several times before we go to bed. That summer, we were convinced that he would try and do something. Maybe just our overactive, worried minds. We ended up avoiding him for the most part. We saw him occasionally, but he didn't seem interested, and although we were always wary, we figured he got over it and let our guards down. And he never did bother me again. He never said much of anything to me when I did see him. I decided that maybe he was already having a hard time last fall, and he was a really nice guy who maybe didn't have the best social skills. Fall 2018 rolls around, and I'm busy with work, and my fiancée is out of town often on business meetings. One weekend, I'm home alone, it's 3:30 PM, and I'm walking down to the office to get a package. There's about 3 squad cars and police all over the lobby and going up the stairs. I'm wondering what happened, but like I said, we live next to the bars, and we have incidents with drunks all the time, so I figured someone had an altercation or something got stolen. I tried to eavesdrop, but I don't hear much. I go about my day and receive an email from my apartment complex, and they have a community-wide meeting scheduled to discuss the incident and go over my resident safety concerns. I'm wondering what happened, so of course I go to the meeting, and guess what? A young girl, single girl, living in an apartment by herself, showed up mid-afternoon to find Nick inside her apartment. She came in and her drawers were in disarray. He was hiding in a closet and came up as an excuse. The security guards do not have keys to any apartments and aren't supposed to be in any of the residence halls. Later we found out that he's been stalking this girl and stole the keys from the maintenance and made copies. This has been going on for at least a month, if not longer. They found several of his belongings in his vehicle and he was obviously fired and charged. I didn't know exactly what happened to him, but we assumed he did some time. I was absolutely terrified, and of course our apartment complex got the pants sued out of them. I was glad his attention shifted, but wonder what could have happened to this girl. But this wasn't the last time I heard of him. A few weeks ago, over a year since I last saw him, I went into this big fancy mall in my city, and guess who's working security? Nick. My first question was, are you kidding me? My second thought was, how on earth did this guy keep getting security jobs? Who is dropping the ball here? I saw him and turned around and walked right out the door. Thankfully, I'm moving out of state in a month. So Nick, let's never meet again.
I was hiking alone once in a mountain range. Now I didn't know the area very well, but I learnt about it afterwards. It was getting close to nightfall, and I decided I had to set up my tent and get ready for the snow. I wanted to try and get a small fire going before it got too cold. As I'm doing so, I see a really nice tree. I'm about to walk up to it when my ears begin ringing. My vision goes black for a second. I wipe my eyes and look up, and there's blood everywhere. It literally looks like a murder scene, and I can hear this terrifying screaming sound. I wipe my eyes thinking this can't be real, and suddenly, all of the sound stops, and I'm met with silence. I look up and everything's normal, there's no blood anywhere. I scream and start running the opposite direction I come in. Eventually I make it back to a ranger station. When I'm there, I describe what happened and say that I think someone's been murdered out there. They ask me to describe where I was and I give my exact location. As I do so, the ranger goes white and says, "A murder took place there 25 years ago. It sounds like you stumbled upon the exact scene of where it happened." I said that can't be true because it literally just happened. He says that we must check it out, but he doesn't think we'll find anything. I tell him this is stupid, that I've just seen this here and he must be mistaken. So anyway, we head out there and there's nothing. What's worse is apparently I'm not the first person to report this either. Apparently the same thing got reported over 10 years ago, at the exact same spot, where nothing was found afterwards.
Quick background. My sister and I work at the same place. We work at a golf course. I've been there for 3 years, and she's been there for 2. Overall, it's a great job. I like 96% of the staff. We have one guy, I wrote about him earlier, that was a pain in the butt. Thankfully, he straightened out and got it together. This story's about a different guy. To be honest, I have no clue what this guy even does for the golf course. All of what I'm about to tell you leads up to what happened with my sister. He told me he worked there, but I was just recently informed he didn't actually. This guy, about early 40s, was nice to me when I started working there. We had good conversations, but at the end of the last season and the beginning of this season, something felt off. First thing he asked me when I came back mid-spring for the start of the season was, "How old are you?" I don't like that opening line at all. I hate when the first thing men ask me is my age. I'm 21, but I could pass for 17. I asked, "Why are you asking?" He said, "Just curious." I was just shy of 21 at the time. I answered 20, and he was like, "Cool." He asked me how college is going, and just like a normal conversation really. About 3 or 4 weeks later, he asked me for my Snapchat. I didn't like that. I told him no, and that's weird. He also decided to come behind the counter while I was busy to ask me something. Unless you work in the inside of the clubhouse, you're not allowed behind the snack counter. I told him he can't be back here and he was kinda mad. The rule was set by the health department. He decided he didn't like me after that. I was basically declared a bitch to him. Anyway, fast forward to about 2 weeks ago. This guy won't even come near me or look me in the eye. Alright, I couldn't care less. But then one day, I got a ton of frantic text messages from my sister who was working there. She had sent me pictures saying that he had been sexually harassing her. He kept saying he could see through her shirt and if she had Tinder and would swipe left on her. She was wearing a red t-shirt and jeans. You couldn't see through her shirt. Then he asked her to take it off and I freaked out. That's my 19-year-old sister. I was supposed to drop her off a jacket anyway, so I headed up there. I called the supervisor, he went there and was shocked. He had no clue and was getting angry. I got there and was thinking, this guy better pray he doesn't run into me. Well, he was there. He noped out of there. When I get really mad, I shake. I went inside the clubhouse and stayed there for about 15 minutes with my sister. She was a little shaken up, but okay. She was more shocked because she has never been hit on or anything. She said he used to confuse her for me. This guy also said, your sister's really mean and nasty. My supervisor was not happy at all and said she'd deal with it. Well, he did alright and it was pure gold. We have two guys, one in his 20s and one in his early 30s, that would work at the golf course too. They're brothers and we went to the same school. Well, the two brothers don't like the creepy guy and my supervisor told him what happened. The two brothers cornered him and scared him half to death. I'm pretty sure they threatened him. He came back in and apologised. He had the nerve to say, I didn't mean to be a creep. My sister said, are you serious? You are creepy. Don't ever talk to me again. One of the golfers comes in all the time with his daughter heard about the incident too. His daughter offered to walk my sister to her car. My supervisor spoke to him the next day and told him he's not allowed to speak to me or my sister. 2 days ago is when I found out he doesn't work there anymore. I saw him the other day and he wouldn't even look me in the eye. My supervisor was waiting for me to lose it on him, but I decided against it. We were packed and I didn't want to cause a scene. I'm hoping he learned his lesson.
I recently switched from an Android phone to an iPhone, so I had to switch out the SIM card because the one did not match with the new phone. I was told to go to my service provider's shop so that an assistant could help me put in a new SIM card on my phone and potentially transfer my contacts. When I went in, I saw this guy sitting and waiting to be serviced. He started talking to me and I treated him nicely until he was called to be serviced. He was done while I was in the waiting line. Instead of leaving, he come up and starts talking to me again. At first it was light stuff like asking what's wrong with my phone, but then it escalates. He said to me when I'm free we can get pizza, but I replied that I'm too busy with exams now, and instead of relenting, he starts asking me to list date ideas and any upcoming exams that are happening. I said I have a boyfriend and that I don't want to meet him. However, he kept insisting that we have to go and that there's nothing wrong with it and it would just be eating and drinking wine. I told him I'm uncomfortable with the idea of meeting up a stranger that's much older than me alone. He said, well, we'll see what happens after. I was very creeped out to this point because this man wasn't relenting at all. So I told him plainly that he has to leave. He grabs my arm. Please note this is 2 PM in a store with lots of people around. The guard's a tiny woman. I made a scene and called over the guard and started yelling as he tries to drag me out. I say I'm going to call the police and he lets go and walks out casually, then sprints the second he rounds the corner. I never saw him again. I reported him to the police, but they say they can't really do much based off my description.
On Monday, my boyfriend and I stopped at Publix, a grocery store, to get subs between class. He went to grab something in the store, and I went over to the subline to get our order started. When I got to the subline, the only other person ahead of me was a kid about my age. He kept staring back at me, and every time I looked up, I caught him staring at me. Finally, my boyfriend came over. They were being super slow at the subline, so I hadn't even ordered yet. This kid in front of us started looking back even longer when my boyfriend got there. His eyes were really intense when he was staring, and his mouth was always a little open. It was a creepy look. He was getting 4 different 6-inch subs. They told him it would be almost half the price if he got 2 footlongs, and he huffed super loudly and said, if I wanted that I would have gotten it. He then pulls out 2 avocados and asks them to put it in his sandwiches. They said, we've got avocados here if you don't want us to use the ones you've already paid for. And he kept mumbling something to himself and rolling his eyes and pushing his jaw forward or side to side. He looked very tense and irritated. He then asked if we were High Point University students, and we said yes. He just nodded his head. I asked if he was too, and he said, yeah, freshman, just staring with his creepy eyes and clicking his jaw. We got our subs and left. As we were walking out, I said, something's not right about that kid, and there's something definitely wrong there. And my boyfriend said, I think he might have been autistic or have Tourette's. I said no because I had a weird feeling about the guy. My boyfriend even jokingly said, someone who orders 4 6-inch subs instead of 2 footlongs is definitely weird. But for some reason, my mind kept going back to him. He seemed like a genuine outcast and a loner, and I felt bad for him. Well, not even a few days later, I get an email from a student that was caught with multiple guns in their room and had a plan and a timeline for a school shooting. I searched it online and sure enough, the kid's face is the first thing that popped up. Paul, I hope you get the help you need.
I worked in forest maintenance and forest AG for a while. Some friends owned a big plot of land in the Rocky Mountains. A group of us, all guys 18 to 38 years of age, would gather together several times a year, go into the mountains for several days and clear the scrub brush, make fire breaks and, when appropriate, cut a Christmas tree. This particular time, it was early spring, and our crew of 9, on 3 Gator 4-wheel drive vehicles, were at about 9,200 feet of elevation. There was a significant amount of snow on the ground. We had to put in long days of work and were heading to camp, until the old guy of the crew asked if we wanted to head to the slope. This was near a treeless slope, free of any large rocks about 100 yards wide, with tracks of big trees on either side. We would go there and use one of the gators, tow a tube downhill in the snow. It was so much fun. We got to the slope, set up a fire pit, cracked open the whiskey, and started having our fun. We all took several turns being towed. Jeff was the new guy and the youngest, 20. We were giving him the craziest rides, swinging him close enough to the trees to make him scared, as an initiation almost. It's about 1 AM, pitch black, except for our dying fire, and it's slightly snowing. Now it's not the smartest or safest of things we've ever done, but one of the most fun. Just as we were wrapping up one of the last rides and heading back to the camp, Jeff freaked out. He was stumbling over his words and can't express himself clearly, but finally manages to get a word out. And he says, about 3/4 of the way down, he saw a man standing a few yards into the woods. He's wearing a trapper's hat, one of those with the flip down ear things like in Fargo, and a plain mackinaw. We're all a bit skeptical. I mean, we're on a big plot of private land, at elevation and in somewhat hostile weather, but we took the rifles off the gators and got our flashlights and gave it a look. We didn't find anything, not even footprints. We chalked it up to an experience, spooky environment, and of course whiskey, and headed back to camp about 1/8 of a mile away. Jeff doesn't sleep though. He's convinced he saw someone. The next morning, we drove the gators to the house on the property, got in our trucks and headed into the town nearby for breakfast. We had our breakfast and were heading back to the property to say our goodbyes and go our separate ways. As we neared the intersection of the public dirt road and the private dirt drive to the houses, we find there's several police cars and an ambulance. We stopped to talk to the police, who informed us the closest neighbours had found a body in the ditches and were heading down the mountain. The police had followed in reverse footprints up the hill to the slope across to where a neighbourhood's property was. They asked us if we knew anything, and of course we said about the man. Sure enough, it was him. Self-inflicted gunshot, probably just a few minutes after we encountered him. We still don't know what he wanted, or if he was a danger to us, or if we could have helped. Poor Jeff got his whiskey and meals paid for the next few weeks, but he still gets guff about it to this day. So let's begin. So how my friend's group works is we have a little circle of people we hang around with most often, but for big events or bonfires or something similar, we expand and a couple different friends join in with our group. Ben is a part of one of these extended friend groups. He is someone who always posts different and interesting things, who always has something to say. I've gotten along with him really well. We always end up chatting. I've always found him to be a unique individual. Ben started going to my local college last year. He shot me a Snapchat basically saying, "Hey, all my friends went to different schools, and the only person I've spoken to from my area is actually my now ex-girlfriend. I was wondering if you wanted to go to get a group together and hang out, because I'd like to have some new friends around." It was actually a really nice message, because with the course I'm in, I don't make many friends, and all my close friends are spread out now too, so I said sure. The hangout was initially supposed to be one of my friends, him and one of his friends. It was a day after class and I just got home. He told me he was going to take a quick nap before we all headed out. When he wakes up, he tells me it's now too late and he has other plans he forgot about. I mean, that's totally fine. I wasn't upset about it. I cancelled with my friends so I can just sit down and do some homework. He then texts me a few hours later. Now, I didn't give him my number, so how the hell did he get it? Telling me his other plans got cancelled and he was now available again, wondering if I still wanted to do something. I said that my friend was now out of city, and he said that he texted his friends but they didn't answer. He decided to pick me up and go for a drive, and just chat. Normal enough, I guess. Ben gets to my house at around 10. I go and hop into his car and he speeds off. Oddly enough, he's talking in an accented voice, kinda like Jamaican or something similar. I thought he was just being goofy, so played along. Sometimes I would answer back in the accent, but then I started to think it was weird how he wasn't speaking in his own voice at all. He was driving like a maniac too, telling me how he was drinking earlier because he thought he was going to a party. I said if he was drinking and driving, but he said he only had a few sips. I know I probably should have gotten out of the car then, but now we're flying down the highway and I'm scared. He now starts ranting about his ex, telling me that there were indefinitely and trust issues on his end, and he couldn't tell me what they were because he didn't want me to think bad of him. He told me that he was still going to marry this girl and have her children. He ranted about her and got onto tangents and literally starts to scream. I'm worried he's on drugs too now. Eventually we arrive at my college, a half-hour to 40-minute drive away in another city. He says that we should get out of the car. I'm already scared and my phone is dying, so I listen to what he says. At this point, I'm literally thinking he's gonna kill me. He took me for a walk through the light woods, and then started to make sounds like a creature. He would make like demon noises or grudges. He would also walk like a creature, morphing his body into weird creepy movements. I requested for us to go home because I'm terrified. When we get back in the car and start our drive home, He pulls out a pipe and smokes something. I told him that he shouldn't do that, but he doesn't listen, now beginning to yell at me. He starts back on his tangents about life again. He pulls over and starts doing some jumping kicks. Now my phone's dead. He gets back in the car and puts on his favourite song. This song begins slow and then picks up a little later. It's like a 4-minute song. He begins to scream along to the lyrics and smash the windows and dashboard with his hands, stomping his feet. I've seen some passionate people, but not like this. This is psychotic. Ben swerves all around the road until he gets to my home. He then turns around and says, "Hey, I know it's late, but I want to get it on," in the most crazy tone I've ever heard. I say, "No, I'm good," and he reaches in for the back to try and get something. But I got out of the car and booked it to my house. I lock the door and run into the bedroom. I'm worried he's going to break in. Now, this might not sound as terrifying as it was to me in that moment, but I'm now shaking out of pure fear. I don't know if he was on drugs or not, or if he has a split personality disorder or something, but I'm pretty sure he was going to try and kill me. This just happened a few hours ago. I've called and reported it to the police and I'm home safely, but I guess I'm still in shock. Could do with putting it down because it's crazy. Now, I finished work early today, so decide to go for a run. I set out at around 4:30 and decided on my usual route, which crosses many roads and it's not very practical. So I decided to take an alternative route along a canal towpath and some pathways through the woods that I know are going to be less busy for me. Everything was going well. I was pushing myself steadily until I got to a pathway on the way back at around the 6-kilometer mark. It is a long straight path with a canal on the left side, and on the right there's wasteland where some factories used to be, but they're mostly been demolished now. It's been left abandoned for as long as I can remember and is overgrown with trees and weeds, but there's odd bits of old factory there for some reason which haven't been demolished. As I got level with one part of the factory which still had some old metal fire escape sets attached to it, I noticed a rough looking guy sat on there with his legs hanging down. He jumps to his feet when he saw me coming and shouted something, but I don't know what he said. As I came level to where he was, I heard him say, "Wait, now can you help me find my phone?" He said this while he was running down the steps, and I stopped as I got level with the bottom, and he's only a few feet away from me now. There's a really old rusty iron fence between us with metal bars that have spikes at the top like you sometimes see around old churches and stuff. He asked me if I'd like to help him find his phone again, saying, "Oh, I dropped it somewhere nearby. Could you ring it for me so I can listen?" I felt I couldn't exactly refuse as my phone is strapped to my arm, so I said he could tell me the number. I took my phone off my arm, unlocked it. He blurted out a phone number but said, "It's far too fast," and it didn't begin with no 7, which began to make me feel like something was off. Although I'm beginning to suspect that something is off at this point, I'm not too worried. I'm in pretty good shape, and I had a big size and weight advantage over him, plus there's a fence. He didn't seem in very good physical shape, and seemed like he might be homeless even. I figured if he was trying to mug me for my phone, his only chance would be if he pulled out a knife, so I made sure to stay a good distance away from him from the fence, keeping my eye on him and where his hands are. So I told him I didn't catch any of the numbers he gave me because they're too quick, and I don't remember 07 in the beginning. Now, I entered 7 numbers, and then he starts looking around saying, "I can hear it. Come and help me," as he looks at the ground. I was about to say that I hadn't even finished dialing when a much larger guy appeared from behind a section of wall to my right. He was really scruffy looking, and from the look in his eyes, he's off his head or on drugs. He came out saying he could hear the phone ringing over towards him and beckon me to come through a gap in the fence and help look. The white guy then said, "It's ringing, yeah?" And I told him it was, even though I hadn't dialed the last 3 digits, and now I'm certain they're trying to lure me in. After 2 or 3 times of them both beckoning for me to come, always insisting they can hear it, I heard the other guy say, "Yeah, he's not gonna fall for it." He said it in a hushed way, as he thought I wouldn't be able to hear him out in the middle of nowhere, but I clearly heard him. The white guy then started acting aggressive, punching a tree, telling me he needed his phone badly and his whole life was on the line and it's really important. While he was punching the tree and ranting, the other guy taking a few steps away, and this means I can't watch both of them at the same time. It was after 5 PM by this point and gotten dark real quick, making it all the more unsettling. I noticed there's a gap in the fence where some of the bars had been removed from, and the guy's head in there. I decided to get the hell out of there now. Neither of them said anything as I ran away, which makes me think sure they had malicious intentions. If they genuinely lost their phones, they wouldn't be desperate for me to come. Now after sprinting for a good minute, I looked to see if they're chasing me, and they both stood on the path where the fence is, just watching. I continued running, but kept looking back every few seconds until I'm out of sight. It's at this point I got off the canal path and onto the roads. The person I spoke to on the phone to report it with took my details and descriptions, but he said realistically there's nothing they can do because no crime was committed, but it's going to be investigated. Ah, great. I really hate to think of what would have happened if I was actually injured or out of shape, because if I couldn't run, they could have easily overpowered me having 2 of them there, and God knows if there was actually more of them. Especially being in the middle of nowhere, no one would have been able to help me. I hate the fact that I hadn't dialed the number, and they were agreeing that they could hear the phone. Obviously making it up. I haven't really went jogging that way since, and I don't ever plan on doing it again. I just pray to God that they never caught anyone, and they actually do get caught themselves. I was coming back from a late night walk once. It was almost midnight. I left my apartment a couple of hours earlier to clear my head, and I was feeling better, so decided to come back. It was pitch black outside, no moonlight, so I decided to cut through campus so I can walk by streetlights. I had earbuds in blasting music, but I got this sudden sick feeling in my stomach, like it was twisting. My entire body felt ice cold, so I took out my earbuds, stopped walking, and looked around. I was on the sidewalk, about 50 meters from the left turn to change streets. I looked to my right across the other side. I now see something or someone just roll down this hill out of the woods. They landed on the sidewalk parallel to me and stood up, just staring. You know that feeling when you get burned? That feeling shot through my entire body, and before I knew it, I was sprinting towards the street to the left away from whatever that was. I looked behind me once, and they're now on my side of the street sprinting towards me. Their legs were running normally, but they were letting their arms float around as they ran. It was the creepiest thing I've seen in my life. I tripped and fell, hearing the footsteps gaining on me. I pulled out of the fall and kept going. Got to a parking lot and hid under a car. I literally waited there for hours until I was certain they were gone. It's literally the scariest thing that's ever happened. This happened well over 10 years ago, so I'm going to try my very best to recount what happened. One of my childhood homes had a balcony that was attached to both my mother's bedroom and mine via big double glass doors in each of our rooms. Next to the balcony are two trees, one that I often climbed up and down from the balcony. This balcony faced out to the street. One night when I was about 13, my brother and mother weren't home. I was reading in bed with a very dim light. Now we're out in the middle of nowhere, and I heard what sounded like something moving in one of the trees outside. But this didn't worry me, as possums and bats are common. Now I had a thin curtain across the glass door that separated my room and the balcony. As mentioned previously, the doors faced outwards down the street where the street lamp was. Shortly after I heard the rustling noises, I see a shadow slowly moving past the doors, at which point I immediately turned off my reading light and froze like a deer in headlights. The shadow is tall, so it wasn't one of the neighbourhood kids I'm friends with, and it wasn't at all my 5-foot mum. The person moved slowly, creeping as though they're trying not to be noticed. They wouldn't likely be able to see into my room, but I could see them thanks to the streetlights behind them creating a dark silhouette. They moved past my doors out of sight. I sat there unable to move or even think about what happened. That is, until I heard another sound, the sound of someone trying to open a glass door. My mum's doors to the balcony. I don't know if she had locked them or not, but I wasn't taking chances. I moved as quickly and as silently as I could to my bedroom door, locking it. I listened for what felt like an eternity, and I can hear there jiggling the doorknob. But it sounded like the doors aren't opening. I feel relieved. Surely they can't get in. All I have to do is wait for them to leave now, right? Well, I heard light footsteps move back along the balcony to my set of glass doors until I saw the shadow stop directly in front of them. Again I froze. He couldn't see me. He couldn't know I saw him. I saw a shadow of a hand reach up to my door handle, and my heart stopped. Had I actually locked the doors today? Was this a wonder I've forgotten? The seconds leading up to him grabbing the handle felt like an eternity, but thankfully, when this person tried to open the door, it doesn't open. It was locked. I sighed such a sigh of relief. I was worried he heard it. After this, he begins pacing the length of the balcony. I didn't have a mobile phone as my mum taught me that I was too young to have one now, and the landline's at the other end of the house and to use that. But I'm too scared to take my eyes off this person, even to call for help. I silently cry tears as I patiently wait and pray for him to leave. I heard him stop moving now. He then said, "I could just break the glass, you know, and there's nothing you could do." Before I can even process this, I saw car headlights turn around the corner of my street and then stop at the gate of our property. My mum's home. The person on the balcony moves out of sight and I hear a loud thump as they jump off. When my mum come inside, I was hysterical and was blaring out everything incoherently trying to explain what happened. Eventually, I got the message across and she calls the police, but they never found anyone. But a neighbour did report a truck in the street that matches the description of the truck that's been reported recently for an attempted child abduction nearby my school a block away. Since I walked that short distance daily, the police suspected that he's followed me and tracked me down and knew I was home alone. I'm a 28-year-old, but I was about 5 years old when this happened, and my mum and I lived in this duplex that was off a main road and kind of in a wooded area. We lived on one side, and the other side had a woman and her son there. He was studying to be a teacher. My mum had me young, so she's about 25, and this guy's in his early 20s. He would often come talk to my mum. My mum said he would ask a lot of questions about me, and asked if I was alright, but said that he wanted to take me for a walk in the woods. My mum always declined. My mum worked in the operating theatre at the local hospital and was on call a lot on most of the weekends. I stayed at my grandma's house often as a result. One night while I was at my grandma's house, my mum was home sleeping. She woke up in the middle of the night and said that she doesn't remember if she heard something or felt someone in her room, but she woke up. She could literally see feet sticking out at the end of her bed. She grabbed her bed lamp, which was next to her, to hit the intruder, when a neighbour yelled her name and said his name. He couldn't explain why he was naked and only wearing socks, but he begged my mum not to tell his mother about it. And of course my mum calls the cops. So she ended up going to court and making a victim impact statement against this guy because she's terrified that he'd be a teacher and around children. She says she's pretty sure he was there for me that night and was so happy that nothing happened. We ended up moving away immediately after. This happened in the Amazons, in the border between Brazil and Peru. The jungle is an amazing place to live. Everyone knew each other, and I had a big group of friends of different ages. The only horrible part of the Amazon is the existence of terrorist groups who try and control the region. I was 7 when this happened. Every kid on the village knew we had freedom to go anywhere, as long as it's not close to the terrorists, and that we can never leave the village at night. My parents taught me since I was very little how to hide in case anything happens and how to run when things get dangerous. I remember all adults of the village were celebrating something. I think it was an Amazonian party like Halloween. I remembered my mum painting her face in a tribal way, and all the children went together to a house to stay and have fun. The oldest girl in charge was 17, and as soon as our parents left us, she ignores us to be with her friends. Our closest group consisted of 6 children. I was one of the youngest, and we all listened to the most adventurous one, Leon, who's 14. Whatever Leon said, we followed, because he was fun, always making challenges, and he knew how to take care of us. Yes, despite him being reckless, he's our friend. We loved him and knew he would never abandon us if anything happened. After playing soccer and eating, the 6 of us become bored. Carla, one of the 6, had the idea to dress up like her parents do, with tribal makeup and dresses. We agree, and soon we're all dressed up like kids who lived in the villages of the deepest regions of the Amazon. I remembered us playing around until Leon said to, and I quote, "Let's explore the Amazon and find a hidden treasure." We all cheered and agreed to leave. It was easy to escape, since the girl who's supposed to be looking after us has left. Leon manages to find a lantern and a big boat that's big enough for 6 of us to get in. Now, we didn't care, so we agreed to do it. It's midnight, and we just dressed up, splashing water everywhere trying to find imaginary treasure. No phones, no adults, just the jungle and us, in its purest form. Everything seemed like perfection, until we hear people calling, "Who's there?" And we saw a lighted boat approaching, and quickly, Leon drops the lantern and says, "Get down now." It's still one of the most scary moments of my life. I remember clearly how we all lay on our bellies, grabbing our hands and not even daring to breathe. "Stop hiding, I see you," a voice said as a guy illuminated our boat. We stood up, and I saw 4 men with guns. They laugh and say they're all children. Leon put himself in front and says that we're in a hurry because Our parents are expecting us home. The guy with a red bandana laughs and says, "Little kids should not be here alone at night. You could disappear in the jungle and no one will find you." I was scared, and Carla is too and starts crying. Now they left us. I remember all of us hugging each other and sailing as fast as we can. Once we got home, we entered the house and closed all the doors and windows. We all slept together on the floor, but before that, we agreed not to tell anyone of what happened. Years later, I understood why they left us. They thought we were kids from the local tribe. We had no value to them. If they had known we were dressed up and were from the village, I probably wouldn't be saying this story now. When I was 17, I was driving home from a friend's house after a movie marathon. It was around 1 AM when I left, and a decent drive. Not quite sure why, but halfway through, my gas light came on. I had a few creepy catcall experiences at gas stations, and I'm a little paranoid stopping that late in the middle of nowhere, as I'm a 110-pound teenage girl. In the end, I really think if I wasn't so cautious, I would have been killed or kidnapped. The first gas station I came across is well lit, in a pretty open space. I drove up to the pump and looked around my car mirrors before getting out. As I start pumping gas, this normal looking guy comes out of the gas station shop and starts smoking a cigarette. The pump kept clicking off and not working, so I started messing with it trying to get it to pump. This guy starts watching me laughing. I'm assuming he was just laughing to himself watching a teenage girl trying to pump gas. After getting maybe 1/4 of a gallon, I gave up and moved to a new pump. Now by this point, if I didn't do absolutely everything I did, I would have been screwed. When I got back into my car, I lock my doors. Just to drive to the other pump, I check all my mirrors before getting out or shutting off my car again. Now I'm in an old 90s Beetle that didn't always start right away. That's when I saw the guy walking up to my car. He was smiling, walking up to the driver's side window, not wanting me next to him. I decide to roll down the window. He paused for a moment, smiling to himself, walking to the other side. He stuck his head all the way inside, saying, "Hey, I know this seems weird, but I promise I'm not creepy. My car broke down, and I need a ride. It's a mile away." "I'm sorry, I don't know you." "Oh no, I get it. I thought it was pretty weird walking up here, but it's only half a mile up the road. I'm totally stranded. I wish I could help you, but I don't know you." "Yeah, I got you. If you had a truck or something, I'd offer to ride in the back." "Sorry," I say, and all of a sudden, he looks mad. He yanks on the door, but it's locked. He then tries to reach in frantically, but my car's running, and I slam it into first and peel out of there as he tries desperately to open the door. The car driving off slams it shut, and I sped off. I called the police after I got away. They looked at the gas station cameras, and right after I left, he gets straight into his red SUV and drove off. Now if I hadn't locked my doors a second time, he would have got me. If I let him come to the driver's window, he would have grabbed me. If I shut my car off, I wouldn't have been able to drive off in time. If I didn't double check my mirrors, I would have been outside my car when he come up. So before I start, I have to explain the job I worked at. It was a security job where I worked overnights, usually from 8 to 8. Now, it was a rather large property I had to watch, which consisted of me driving around in a company vehicle through the night, making sure there was no trespassers or anything out of the ordinary. Now, usually there never was, and nothing out of the ordinary would happen. Now, I would always listen to podcasts while driving around. Now, one night at about 3 to 4 a.m, I was driving and come to an abandoned parking lot near a forest. This parking lot is part of the property I have to watch. This parking lot is on a road that's kind of out of the way. It's where an old business used to be but got torn down. Anyway, it's surrounded by trees. The entrances are kind of blocked off by some branches, so you have to drive through them. As you can imagine, there's no streetlights or parking lot or anything adjacent, so as usual, I take out my flashlight as I come over a branch. I lower my window and shine my flashlight through the parking lot and see nothing. As I start to turn into the corner, I can see something out of my eye. There's a shadowy figure waving its hands. I stop the truck. The figure comes closer waving its hands. I move my flashlight and shine it on the figure. It's a man probably in his late 20s, regular build, scruffy with a beard. I crack my passenger window open and say, "What are you doing?" The man tells me that he needs help and begins to walk to my side. I then shine my light. He keeps saying he needs help and begins coming closer. I yell at him to stop. He's 5 feet from my truck now, and I don't want him coming any closer. I ask him what he needs help with. As I can best remember, he says, "Hey man, can you help me out? I've lost something over here and need your help." So then I ask what. He says his phone, but not to be rude, he looks like some kind of addict, not likely to be with a phone. I tell him maybe I could help him, but that's where things get strange. He tells me, "Is it okay if I use your phone?" Obviously I say no. I'm not going to give it to some stranger at 3 a.m, so I tell him just call my phone. So I ask him for his number. He kind of pauses and then says, "No. All you have to do is get out of your car and I'll use it. It's just by the brush. Just follow me." I look at him confused as he slurs his words. "Just follow me to the bush," he says again. Now I've watched enough shows to know that this isn't going to end well. We're in the middle of nowhere, next to the forest, and I won't see another person until 7 a.m. The last thing I want to do is give my cell phone to some stranger. I get nervous and in a loud voice tell him, "Leave, I'm calling the cops." And he gets frustrated and says, "No, that's okay," before sprinting into the darkness. I never see him again. When I was about 14, I used to love exploring the forest around my house near where I lived. I felt like I could truly find tranquility when doing so. Now on one summer's evening, I set off like normal, having only a bottle of water and my small radio for company. Now I really needed to get out to clear my mind because I had a lot going on, and I couldn't really see things getting better. Basically, I was really stressed. As I was walking, I lit up a cigarette and started to clear my mind. The whole time though, I had the feeling I was being watched and I just couldn't shake it. I continue walking when I see a strange rock formation. Now I'm not saying I'm an outdoors person or hunting expert, but it looked disturbed like someone had been there before. I was curious, so ventured down. As I get closer, I suddenly feel the need to just stop and see what's in the leaves in front of me. Now they look disturbed in a weird way, and I'm worried there's an animal trap there. I crouch down and pick up rocks and begin throwing them towards where the trap is. I then hear the loudest sound I've ever heard in my life, and a rope whips up, empty. A trap's been set up to capture someone in a large net. Needless to say, I have a heart attack and can't move. What's worse is I hear someone swear. At first I think it's just my voice in my head talking to me, but then to my horror, I see someone in a ghillie suit moving off in the distance. I dropped my radio and bolted out of there. The static sound from the radio makes me really feel like I'm in a horror film as I'm running. I managed to make it home and desperately try and tell my mum and dad what happened, but they don't believe me. They're just more angry that I left the radio behind. And to this day, I still can't bring myself to go into the woods. I was watching my daughter's kids while she and her husband got out of town. They have a teenage daughter. Let's say her name is Alessa. At like 3 AM, I'm awoken by a weird rustling sound and look out the window and see movement. I saw a boy emerge from the bushes on the side of the house. I saw a bike tossed onto the lawn that wasn't ours. My first thought was that it's a robber checking out houses, but since he looked so young and came through on a bike, I figured scaring him straight would be enough for him to decide whether to go home or not. I didn't want to ruin a teenager's chance of life by calling the cops straight away, so I went out to the porch, flipped the lights on and said, "Hey, can I help you?" The guy appears surprised and nervous, wearing a Letterman style jacket, but once I got a clear view of him in the streetlights, he seems much older than I thought he was initially. He walked up closer to the house and said, "Yeah, I'm looking for Alessa." I gave him a disapproving glare, hoping he'd realise he came looking for a girl late at night to a grumpy old person. I'm thinking what must have happened is Alessa knew her parents were going out of town and she might have a secret boyfriend or something. It was late and I was alone with several kids, so I don't want him coming any closer to the home. Also, I thought it was weird he comes so late. To be sure, Alessa actually wanted to talk to him. I said, "I'm sorry, who?" And he said Alessa, but he messes up the last part of her name. I said, "You wait there." He started to walk up, but I got this sick burning feeling in my gut. Instinct kicked in. I "Oh no, stop, freeze." Then said, "You stay right there. This is private property. You don't come any closer, just wait." So I go in. Alessa is asleep in one room over from where the rustling first occurred. I wake her up and say something to the effect of, "I really don't know what the big deal was to have friends over at this time of night, but you have to tell them to go home." She says she has no clue what I'm talking about. I said there's a guy outside asking for you. Confused, she gets up and goes to the window, sees him and goes white as a ghost. He asks for me? Yeah, by name. Call the police. I've never seen him in my life. I call 911 immediately, but when I'm on the phone to them, Alessa started tugging at my arm saying he's coming up. I had younger kids in the house to think about, so I kept the door latched and pulled it open enough to yell at him saying, "I asked my husband and none of them know you, and I'm calling 911. He got angry and started yelling for her to come out. Thankfully the police come pretty quickly, and when he heard the sirens he bolted out of there. The police followed him but didn't find him. They advised us to take her off all social media where her account wasn't private, and if it was public, make it private. I then buy a heavy duty lock, and she slept in my room for the remainder of her parents being away. When I was 7 or 8, my family went to a beach and rented a room. We had the kind of rooms where you had to rent out both, and they connect through a door. Like, there's the doors to leave the room, and doors to the other room. In the room connected to ours, there's this army family, military dad, some kids and a wife. My older sister was supposed to be watching me, as we were down at the jacuzzi in the evening. As we're playing and hanging out, having a good time, I didn't get out much, was naive and all around a kid. We're both white skinned, blue eyes and blonde hair. This mum literally sits in the jacuzzi with us. She starts talking to us and is just making herself comfortable. I was very naive as a kid. Eventually, we start taking books, and she starts talking about her kids. Eventually, we start talking about books, and she starts to talk about her kids, and we're just having a good conversation. Really in depth, I felt. My sister decides she wants to go back to the room, but I don't. I want to stay and talk. So my sister goes back to the room. Now it's just 7-year-old me and some 40-year-old woman. It should have set off alarm bells, but not to me. So she starts talking about going and walking on the beach. It's 10 PM. She wants to go on the beach for a walk and get shells. I thought it was a great idea. I'd get to walk out on the beach at night. I felt so free and like a big kid. I didn't need my sister or anything, so I ran back to the room to tell my grandparents that I'm walking on the beach with Sue, or whatever her name was. I remember my grandmother reading her book, barely listening to me. She just stood off. So I start walking down the creepy motel corridor. So I'm going through the stairwell, which feels like it's out of a movie. Too bad I've never seen it. So I'm walking through the stairwell. The mum's way at the bottom telling me hurry up. While walking through the stairs, Army Dad comes running out saying, "Hey, I learnt about you. Your mum is calling you. It's really important, we gotta go." Basically grabbing me by the wrist, leading me out of the room. He knocks on the door and explains what happened. I never thought much of it until about a year ago. This woman was leading me alone to the beach at night. This army guy had a terrible feeling and intervened. This didn't happen to me, but my father. He joined the Navy somewhere around 80 and 84. He's told me many stories over the years, but this one sticks out in my mind the most as it's his first time at sea on a submarine. He recently got promoted and opted to become a submariner because of the exclusivity of the position. Less crew, usually only room for 1 or 2 people in your specific trade. Basically, you have to do the best to get on the sub. Anyway, he's on his first night out on the submarine. Everyone's asleep on their bunks. If you haven't seen them, they're usually stacked 3 high and in line on the side of the hull in a hallway formation. My dad got in one and it's at the very back. However, he wakes up at 2 AM to alarms and lights going off. Everyone's rushing out of their bunks and out to the hatch into the next section. My dad being the last one to wake up, last out of the bunks. Ended up to the latch too late. It closed, sealed, and locked in front of him with someone shouting on the other side, "Mike, find the leak." Apparently, a leak sprung somewhere around the bunks. It either had to be fixed or that section of the submarine would have to stay sealed in order to prevent the rest of the submarine sinking, and hence him drowning. Eventually he found it, sealed it, and the hatch was opened. He has lots of other stories, but this one scared him the most. I'm an 18-year-old female student, and from where I'm from, July is an exam period, so I have to drag my backpack around during that time. Anyway, it's 7 AM, and my exam wasn't going to start until 9, so I decide to call Uber and get there early because I live at least 1 hour away from the exam centre. The car arrives on time, and I go in. Now, I'm not the kind of person to judge someone with at first glance, but for some reason, the driver made me feel really uneasy. He was in his mid-40s, had dark circles around his eyes, and was smirking a lot. He was silent for a good 10 minutes, but he starts asking questions. He says if I'm a student, and I don't want to answer, thinking that he'll try to hit on me, so I just lie and say that I'm a proctor, hoping he would back off, and God was I wrong. He starts to smirk and tell me he would always cheat on his exams, and that I was a mean person in a joking way for ruining people's lives. I don't know why I did this, but I chuckled at this comment, and it triggered him to thinking that I liked him. My bad. He then started to get personal, asking me how old I was, and if I would let my kid cheat. I lied and said I was 34, and that I have a 16-year-old kid. I was hoping this would drive him off, since I was old and had a kid, but he got creepier. He then told me I looked like a strict parent, and started saying weird stuff. He then said to me if my husband was strict like that, and started saying, oh, is he in your life or not? And even thinking I have a husband, he still doesn't shut up. Now, I noticed he's moved to a completely different region from where I should be able to take my exam, going in literally the wrong direction. I start to panic, but was afraid he would do something if I confronted him, since we're in the middle of a rural area. So I decide to fake a phone call from my co-worker, pretending to talk to her, and tell her that I'm in an Uber and I'll be there soon. And I'm kidding you not, he literally immediately turns a car around, going to the direction we came from. He continued making horrible comments, and I swear this turns my blood cold. As we approached the centre, he told me that I should catch someone cheating, come back with him, let him drive them so he can make extra money, and after that he would take me to my address. The creepy part is that he had studied it by heart, legit corpse, number. He was looking me into the eyes, said, I know where you live. I still remember the mark he drove, a blue Nissan. If I ever Uber again and get stuck with a blue Nissan, I will cancel it no matter what. I didn't call the company because I'm afraid he knows my address. I just hate that this happened. My family loves travelling, like all the time, so about a year ago, my family took a trip to France. At this time, I'm a 9th grader and in high school. Before the trip, my mum spent a few months learning French. My sisters have some basic knowledge of the language, so we're set. So we flew into some country in Europe, I forget which, and took the train all the way to Paris. Once we arrived in the train station, we took a few minutes to prepare ourselves before heading out and looking for a taxi. We were walking when suddenly, a guy comes up to us. He knew some English, and said, are we looking for a taxi? Since he had a large van taxi. My family was happy since family, and there isn't enough seats in normal taxis, so we agreed. We walk over to him, and he points out to a large black van, with another guy sitting in the driver's seat. Now, I know thinking of it, there is no reason for 2 taxi drivers to be in a car. The weird part was that it had no taxi indicators, or anything showing what it actually was. I remember my parents exchanging glances at each other, but going along with it. At this point, we haven't even discussed prices or anything, even where we're heading. He just opened a rather large trunk, and started chucking our bags inside there. At this point, my mum was worried. She demanded an answer on why there were no taxi indicators. The man started switching English and French and wasn't given a clear answer. She didn't push it, My mum asked for a price. It was a bit costly, but there's no other regular vans around. At this point, the man's getting to our lack of language and noticed my dad's attitude change. He seems more concerned. He went up to the man, stopped him at putting the last piece of luggage into the van and said, "Show me your taxi license." At this time, I didn't even know there was such a thing as a taxi license, and I guess he didn't either. His eyes widened and he seems nervous. In broken English he says, right, taxi license, and pretended to pack his pocket and act like he left it at home. My parents at this point grabbed our luggage, said thank you, we don't need one now, and quickly took us across the street where we merged with a large group of people. We see the van suddenly speed off. We eventually found a taxi terminal and a large van. We never spoke of the event again. But I know we were so close to being kidnapped, it horrifies me. My husband and I love to go driving. We prefer road trips, but on the weekends or nights, we have nothing better to do than to go around cruising and just drive around. We prefer smooth and not busy roads. On this particular night, we are bored and decide to go cruising. We went up north to a small town, about half an hour from the city where the roads are curvy and smooth. This town is close to the mountains, and if you follow this particular path to the main street all the way up north, it starts driving up a mountain. It's about 9 PM, and there are very few cars in the road already since it's a little cute town. But we kept going north anyway from the houses and stores, and eventually to where the roads start curving uphill. We drive up for about 15 minutes more, and it's pitch black when we see some blinking lights. As we get closer, we see a truck that's on the side of the road facing us. I'm getting the chills thinking about being all the way up there in the middle of nowhere, and a stranded truck on the side of the road appears. As we slowly approach, I tell my husband it's probably best to turn back. I have a bad feeling, but at this point, we're pretty much at the truck. He pulls up next to us. We see that there's a young blonde guy, probably in his late 20s, who gets up to our window. I get such a bad vibe by this and tell my husband not to put his window down. I think he also gets a weird vibe and actually listens to me. He kinda just loudly asks what's wrong, and the guy just says something happened to his truck and he needs a hand. His phone is dead. Now my husband asks what happened, but this guy insists on showing him and to take a look. He says it's very friendly and even calls him bro, and he's glad we pulled up. My husband says, "You know what, I won't be much help because I know nothing about cars, but I can call help for you. My friend knows a lot about cars." The guy's insisting and gets upset. I'm now looking back at the truck, and I thought I caught movement inside the truck. I tell my husband I think we should go. Now, you probably saw the look of fear on my face because he puts the car in reverse, but as he did, the guy is now behind our car, so my husband decides to go forward instead. We drive up for maybe 2 minutes, trying to find a place to turn around since the road is so narrow. The road turns to a dirt road, and there's a little more space on the side, so he's able to turn the car around. I am dreading going back that way now, and our phones have no signal at all. In my mind, I know this could all be someone with genuine problems, but this doesn't make sense. I cannot help the feeling in my gut. We soon reach the area where the truck had been, and there's no truck at all. We drive maybe another 5 minutes, no trace of one whatsoever, and we're sure we've passed the place that he said. We didn't drive up too far to begin with. I am both relieved and terrified that the truck's no longer there though. If it had really broke down, how did it get help working again in such a short amount of time? Calming myself down, I'm telling my husband, hey, maybe they really did get it to work. Maybe it turned on all of a sudden and they drove off. Suspicious, yeah, but not impossible. As we keep driving through, the roads begin to straighten out. We notice far off the truck with all the lights off, and park to the side again and notice movement in the truck. I say out loud, why did they turn out all the lights? I think they were thinking we're still far enough away from them, but we see two figures get on the other side of the truck and crouch down as if hiding. We get closer and my husband floors it. As we drive past, the two men get up. One of them is the guy that we had spoken to earlier, and the other's massive. With a very surprised look in their faces, one of them turns and runs behind us trying to catch us. I kept looking back, but it's so dark. Now all of a sudden, I see the headlights in their truck, and they start driving in our direction very fast. My husband keeps going, and eventually, we lose the headlights. I kept looking back the rest of the way, so scared that they're somehow still following us. Maybe they turned off their lights again and I can't see them. Anyway, after driving for a very long time back to the city, we're convinced no one's following us now. We do call the non-emergency line given a description, but we don't get the plates, so it's pretty much futile doing so, just given a description of the guys we saw. I realise all this could be rationalised, but it makes no sense why one guy was hiding and how they tried desperately to follow us. I hate the fact that they're still out there. I just pray we never encounter them again. I don't know if this is an Eastern Coast thing, but in my little town, there's a twice the ice station. Basically, you fill up water jugs and get ice bags for cheaper than you can in the grocery store. I went out a few nights ago to get some water, because hey, who wants to be drinking tap water? My husband was home, and because I'm kind of heavily pregnant, he insisted that he go instead, but I really wish that he would have done. I was out at 1 AM, and it's dark for miles in the middle of nowhere. As I get out of my car, I open the back seat to get the gallon jugs and close the door. The moment I do, a dark blue truck van pulls up behind me. I presume that they're doing the same thing as me, and I don't really think too much of it. However, alarm bells start going off, and the alarm bells start screaming at me when the slide door opens up and two large men step out. It's about a 20-foot distance between me and them, so the first thing I do is pull out my phone and start making a pretend phone call saying, "Yeah, I'm almost home." As soon as they see me answer, one guy says crap, and they both get in there, tires literally screeching as they bolt out of there. I throw the jugs into my car, empty, and lock all the doors a million times before I broke down calling my husband. He told me to write down the make and model of the car and colour, and we'd go to the police station first thing tomorrow. Now I don't know if they targeted me because I was a woman alone in the middle of nowhere, but deep down, I know they targeted me because I was pregnant, and I don't want to think what would have happened if they got me. When I was 16, some friends and I went to an outdoor centre concert thing. We parked to the mall and took a shuttle to the venue. For perspective, the mall is a 20-minute drive from our home, and the venue's another 20 minutes away in a different direction. During the concert, I end up losing my friends in the crowd. I don't care though, as I wanted to get to the front, and I could just call them after the concert ends. Well, of course I lost my phone somewhere in the crowd of people and don't even notice until the last show wraps up. I search the ground as the people dissipate with no luck. Reluctantly, I just hop on the bus heading back to the mall, hoping to meet them at the car. The car is gone and I start to freak out a little, but it's 10 PM when I head to the bus station to see when the next bus is coming. Just my luck, it's a special holiday, so no buses until 10 AM. I borrow a stranger's phone and call the two numbers I know, my mum and brother. My mum doesn't answer, but my brother does. He basically gives me the suck it up talk and hangs up. So I'm alone, scared, and a little drunk in a city I don't know. I try walking but quickly give up when I realise I'm basically walking down a random highway towards God knows where. Back at the station, I'm just staring at the map when a stranger creeps up behind me. He asks me where I'm heading and I say the truth. He is conveniently going to the same city, asking if I take a split to a cab. Realising this is my only option, as I said I don't have my own money, we get in the car. Turns out he has less than I do. We barely have enough to get to the heart of the city, which is a 10-minute drive from my home, but at least I know my way from there. During the drive, this guy gets progressively more creepy. He's aware that I'm 16 and he's 25. He scoots closer every minute, touching me, insisting I come back with him, even writing his number on my leg. As we get there, I realise the situation I'm in. We're about to get out at a quiet area at 2 AM and the cabbie's going to drive off, leaving no one to hear me scream. The second he gets out, I turn to the driver begging him to take me further, so I can at least put some distance between us. The cab driver said he hadn't heard a word the whole way, but definitely heard something odd. He asked me for my address and takes me all the way home, and the creeper stares in frustration as he drives off. When I got home, I offered to wake up my mum to pay him, but he declined, saying he's just glad I'm safe. I broke him through the kitchen window to get to bed and cried myself to sleep. I'm just glad the cab driver was so kind to me. I really enjoy going camping. I'm truly an outdoorsy kind of person. It's very rare that I ever have a bad experience while camping, but I did have one that stood out to me, and is one that I can't explain. So let me start off by saying this was a good few years ago, and everything seemed normal on the day. In fact, I was having a really good day, so I arrived for my 4-day planned hike and camp in the evening. I had a really easy to set up tent, so it didn't really matter what time I got there. No, I wanted to sleep on the first day because I was tired from driving. So I park my car up and I realise I'm the only person in the parking area. I get out and hear some voices, but they immediately stop when I get outside. I look and realise that I've accidentally left the radio on, so I just turn it off, get my camping gear out and head out. Now everything feels normal. The sun's setting, so I can still see where I'm going, and honestly, the forest and area that I'm in looks truly beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, it's probably the nicest sunset I've ever seen. There was sort of a mist above the trees. I took a couple photos on my phone and I was really glad I did. I actually still use one as a screensaver, but that's not the point. I find this beautiful spot that I've been to before. It's close to a lake. I set up my camp and equipment, and what's better to do than some night fishing? So I head off towards that. I have an inflatable raft that I can use for my fishing. I have a small Bluetooth speaker with me, and set that down and set off. I'm having a brilliant time. Unfortunately, I haven't caught anything. But I do have this strange feeling washing over me. It's almost like a paranoia that I can't quite describe. Now, the forests and wilderness can be a beautiful area during the day, but at night, even for an avid camper like me, it can be pretty scary. I stay still for a second, and I'm sure I can hear the same kind of voices from before. That's odd. I turn off my speaker so I can concentrate more. I know it's definitely not from what I was listening to previously, but I put my mind on fishing. I want to catch some dinner. Now as I'm fishing, I hear this strange thumping sound like someone slamming something on a tree. It's odd, it's almost like someone's taken a metal hammer to an old oak tree and is smashing it. It's in a very rhythmic manner though, stopping for a few seconds and starting again. Now, needless to say, this confuses the hell out of me, and I begin to hear more voices. I can't tell exactly what they're saying, but I decide that, you know what, I think it's better to be out in my camping site at least. That's where I have my weapons if I really need it, that I've buried now under some leaves. The thought flashed across my mind that, oh god, imagine if they found my site and my weapons, then I'd really be screwed, and I laughed to myself. So I start paddling back. As I do, I realise that the sound has now stopped, but also that it's coming from the opposite side of the lake. I have a horrible feeling about this. I don't know of any other campers in the area, but hey, it's not the first time I've encountered anyone out there, and I make it back to the shore. As I do so, I get my stuff together, leave my raft deflated on the side, knowing I can come back for it in the morning, and I head out. As I do, the thumping starts again. This time it's louder and closer than it was before. Okay, that's really odd, and I've now picked up the pace. I'm thinking about calling out, but I realise it's not a good idea in case these are actually bad people. I glance behind me for a second, and I can just about make out the flash of a light before it cuts off the second I turn my head. Now, I don't need any more signs, and I literally start sprinting back to my campsite. As I do, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched and followed. The thudding sound slowly stops as I'm jogging, but I'm not going to wait around for it. I quickly pack up all my stuff. I decide I'm going to sleep in my car just until I figure out what's going on the next morning. I look and thankfully find my gun, exactly where I left it. I feel a lot more safe now. I start sprinting towards my car, and as I do, I can hear rustling around me. I'm now terrified. I call out, whoever's there, I have a gun and I'm not afraid to use it. What's wild is this doesn't even deter them. I start to think maybe it's a group of animals stalking me like coyotes or something, the last thing I need. As I'm running, I can see the figure of a person near my car. I shine my torch and I can see the reflection of animal eyes. I don't really get a lot of time to figure out exactly what animal it is, but it gives me some relief, knowing it's not a person. As I get closer, there's this disgusting smell. Just as I reach for the door, I can see that this isn't actually an animal. It's just an animal's head that's been freshly cut on the roof of my car. What the hell? I now let out a really loud scream that I don't even have to think about making. I quickly get in my car and turn on the lights. I can see the silhouette of a person in front of me now, who quickly ducks down. I instantly slam it into reverse, but I realise I'm having a really bad panic attack, and I need to wait at least 3 seconds or so before I start driving, before it gets any worse. Just as I'm doing so, I can see the flashes of more torches behind me. I instantly snap out of it and immediately step on the accelerator and speed the hell out of there. I then instantly call the police to report what's happened. I can't believe that this actually happened to me. How could a nice relaxing getaway turn into this? How the hell did that animal head get there? Who were them people? The police agreed to meet me further up the road, and I agreed to help go back to figure out exactly what's happened. I'm literally shaking, but I feel a lot safer with the police officer there. He says he's never heard of anything like it before happening. When we get there, there's no longer a feeling of being watched. Disgustingly enough, the animal head's still on the floor, close to the exit where it rolled off my car. The officer says that someone must have done this very recently because of the way it sat and the blood around it. He does a quick patrol and can't find anything in the area. I go to the lake and show him exactly where I saw the first torch. I'm now able to retrieve my raft too, but there's no signs of anyone out there. He says he's literally never seen anything like this before, and that whoever done this is long gone, and I agreed to go back to the station with him to make a bigger report. Turns out, there's lots of reports of occultist activity in the area that neither me or the officer knew about previously. Apparently they make regular animal sacrifices, and worse, they attempt to kidnap people, and have done so before. Unfortunately for me, they never found exactly who did this, and I still have more questions than answers, and I never went back to that same area again. We live in Oregon, and we drove down to the coast of Northern California. We had a late start leaving our houses, and arrived at a little beach south of the Redwoods just after 9 PM. It's pouring rain and dark out, so we park on a dirt road that had access to the beach, and decided against walking down on the sand to set up my camp. My friend drives an old Toyota pickup with a camper shell cover in the bed, which has a mattress in the back, so we decide just to sleep on here. The beach area where we were is very secluded, and belonging to a local Native American tribe. They didn't mind us visiting, as long as we're respectful. After talking for a while in the shelter of the truck canopy, my friend fell asleep before drifting off myself. I realised I had forgotten the passenger lock of the truck. All of our valuables were stored in the cab, so I hoped nobody would come along to rob us in our sleep. After a few dreamless hours, I heard the sound of the driver's side door handle of my friend's truck being lifted. That door happened to be locked, but I was awake, terrified that whoever had tried to open the door would now go around to unlock the side, or try to get in bed where we are. It was still dark out at this time, but I heard footsteps starting to walk around to the back. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it through the back window of the camper shell, in hopes of alerting the intruder that there's people here. I heard footsteps get a little further away. Then I heard the sounds of snapping twigs and something heavy being thrown. Then the man let out a long yell, screaming a swear word at the top of his lungs. It didn't take more than 2 or 3 yells before I woke up my friend. "Dude, there's a crazy guy outside. He tried getting in the truck, now he's walking around yelling," I blurt out as I shook his shoulder. We sat upright peering out of the windows, but it's still pitch black out. I check my phone and it's 5 AM. The sound of the man walking around the woods near the truck don't let up. He's still screaming now, and it seems to be getting louder. He would occasionally yell further away, but then appear closer. We sat huddled in fear for a good hour, unsure of what to do. His shout sounded as though he was full of rage, but he never attempted to get into the truck again. Eventually, the owners of the only other car parked there come to their vehicle and drove off as the sky started to lighten. We did not hear any more yelling or log frying after that, and eventually we're both able to sleep for a bit, waking up at around 10 AM. It's hard to believe that during that terrifying hour we heard what we did, and it was so vivid. We still had no idea what the man was doing or why he was so angry, but the guy screaming profanities still remains a mystery to me. Last summer, a good friend and I embarked on a backpacking trip through the White Mountain National Forest in New Hampshire. As fairly experienced day hikers, we felt comfortable in the Whites with our inaugural overnight trip. While planning, my buddy Ellis figured we could hike to a backcountry campsite to make our first wilderness night a little more fun. I wasn't going to disagree. Beautiful views, historic trails, and protected night in the Dry River wilderness. I was stoked, to say the least. Before any hiking trip I do, a little internet search on the trails or shelters I'll be coming across. Throughout the mid-1900s, there were a series of these lean-to-ups, and down the Dry River wilderness meant for backpackers or through hikers really looking to escape the crowds in more populated areas of the forest. Though as time went on, the Forest Service had other more pressing matters. Many of these shelters were dismantled, except Dry River Shelter 3, the last remaining shelter in the wilderness. On the morning of our hike, I met Ellis at the trail at the head and we set off. The sky was overcast, bringing with it a dense fog through the trees. The weather left us with nearly no visibility, so there went our stunning views. At least the trail consisted of prime, technical New England rock, scrambling alongside the river. Ellis and I made it up the Presidential Ridge, stopping by the lakes of clouds. The hut was filled with day hikers, backpackers, and through hikers all socializing together. We were even more rewarded with some sun and a brief glimpse of the Dry River Valley on the summit of Mount Monroe before the fog rolled back in. With dwindling views and a stiff wind, Ellis and I hustled below tree line down to the river Shelter 3, our home for the night. Once we dropped off the ridge into the valley, we entered the wilderness zone where the rangers patrolled sparingly. Time to really be alone in the wild. As we trek into the wilderness, all signs of civilization disappeared and the trail was densely overgrown. Although it had been raining all week, there were no footprints in the mud either. At least we'd have some relaxing isolation, I guess. After about an hour or so of descending, Ellis spotted the lean-to just as our legs were asking for relief. I look up and there's this gorgeous old timber structure with a well-used fire pit alongside a cold mountain river. Pristine camping. As we settled in and explored the site, I found a small, bound notebook nestled into the corner of the structure. On the cover someone wrote, Dry River Shelter number 3. Out of curiosity, I opened it, but found nothing more than a lone man's name scribbled onto the first page and a date. Just your standard log camping log. Oddly though, the man signed the book the previous day. We saw no footprints or signs of human life or animal disturbances on the trail here at the shelter. Rain can wash away tracks, but not all signs of animal life. Something felt off to me. I showed it to Ellis, who found it curious but nothing more than the sign of a single man. He convinced me that he's probably a hiking veteran and a professional at L&T. I bought into Ellis's thoughts on the situation and my mind eases now. As the sun set, we started a roaring fire alongside the riverbank. Ellis commented on how quiet the location was, having not seen another soul beyond the chirp of birds since leaving Crawford Path. The silence is eerie, but we figured that it's just civilization that's desensitized us to the wild that we're actually in now. The sun was setting, and we grew tired with darkness. Ellis took the lean-to, and I spent the night in my tent. Sleep came quickly after hiking 8 miles with 20 pounds on my back, but it doesn't last long. A brutally sharp snapping noise awoke in me. The only thing I could compare it to would be a 2x4 smashing into a tree. I think, oh god, a bear's come to search our food, and that's 50 yards away. But nothing out of the ordinary for New Hampshire. Sleep took over once again, and I remembered waking up to the sun rising over the peaks. How can you sleep with a bear there? I stumbled out of my tent to see Ellis also waking up slowly. As we made our morning oats and coffee, I wander around the site again to see if I can find the marks a bear's left. Instead, I noticed something odd. The small notebook is open. I swear I put it back where I found it. Closed and in the back corner of the shelter, not open on the floor. Hey, Ellis. Were you checking out this camp log last night? Nah, I passed out, man. It's not like there's anything to read anyway, he responded. You sure? I comment as I bend over to pick it up. The lone hiker's name was not so lonely now. At least 20 more names have filled the pages. The lone traveller, whose name was originally on the first page, could now be found several pages deep into the notebook. I tossed it to Ellis, whose face instantly dropped when he sees all of the names on it. Great. Now I know it's not just dehydration or delusion from the previous day. Dude, we must have seen that thing last night. There's no freaking way we missed all these names. How could we? This is when I began to tell Ellis about the snapping noise during the night. I received nothing other than instant denial. These sounds were not the results of some hooligans or backward crazes following us. Ellis was convinced. It wasn't a bear either. Ellis led us out of the site and we instantly made our way back. A year has passed since then, and I'm still not quite sure what happened on our night at the Dry River Shelter 3. The memory of seeing a single name written on the front page is so clear in my mind now, I could not have mistaken it in. Could I have made the noises? Obviously not. I was asleep and they're further away. Ellis was asleep too. I would have seen him. I don't like to think it was paranormal, but it really begs the question. All logical explanations have went out the window, and of course a bear didn't write in there. It just terrifies me thinking of it now. I'm a 17-year-old high school guy with a weak body. I live in a small town in the Philadelphians, and this town is surrounded by rice fields, with a highway going straight across it. Part of my usual weekend routine is to go jogging early in the morning. This is at some time around 5 AM. My usual jogging route is from my house, somewhere in the middle of town, to a small hill with a wonderful view of town in the morning. To reach my destination, I would have to jog on the side of the highway. From time to time, fog would appear on the highway, and once you're inside, you can only see 10 or 15 feet before it all goes white. So one Saturday, I decide to jog. I invite one of my friends, the same age as me, to join me, since he follows the same route anyway. We left home at 5 AM, proceed to the highway. As usual, a thick fog blanketed the highway. The cars that would pass by had their lights on, and there were several one-ways because of road repairs. As we enter the fog, we decide to jog along the side of the road, past a couple of roadworks, about 100 meters along each. Now all's well at this point. We're a bit exhausted, but otherwise fine. We barely encountered anyone else, and usually they're just fellow joggers. Then we come across another roadwork, and we saw this guy crouched down on the asphalt. He was wearing a dirty orange vest, and he had a similarly dirty hard hat on. We can't really see his face, but decide just to ignore it. He looks as though he's fidgeting with something in his hands, so we thought he was just holding a few tools or something. Also, there was no one there but us, me, my friend and that guy. The fog's thick as hell. My friend signalled to me to keep a distance from the guy and I followed him. When we get closer, we can hear him humming a strange tune under his breath, which in of itself isn't that weird, but boy, we were wrong. As we get closer, he starts acting erratically. He stopped for a moment as I passed him, then starts laughing. It wasn't a regular laugh. It sounded sinister and a little dry. It was really loud, so it began to freak me out. We didn't increase our speed at this point, as we think he's messing with us. But he doesn't stop. He just kept laughing and laughing, and we knew it was beyond a prank. I can't describe his laugh more than I just didn't trust it. We didn't look back. We were speeding up now, as we were starting to see the hill. I was gasping for air, but somehow I didn't let that stop me. I forced myself on, and my friend was doing the same. He was probably 50 meters behind us when I looked at him. He had stopped laughing, but now he was standing straight and staring at us. He called out to us in my language in an arranged tone. That's when adrenaline kicked in. I just ran and ran until we reached the hill. In hindsight, I don't know how I was able to push myself for so long. When we finally arrive at the top, we're exhausted and nearly collapse on a cement bench and stay there for over an hour. Like a breath of fresh air, my friend laughs in a comedic manner. We then walk towards home. I haven't ate yet, I was so hungry, and as we passed the road we saw the guy in. He's no longer there. The only people there are wearing construction outfits that are working on the traffic signals, but nowhere near the man. As I got home, I told my parents about it and they said it's probably a nut job looking for someone to rob, who's probably stole the outfit, and I never went jogging again in the fog after that. This happened a few years ago when I was mountain walking. We started as a large group, but after some time of everyone choosing their own pace, I ended up walking alone. I was walking downhill through a thick forest area when I slipped on an unsteppable part of the trail, falling fully. It hurt quite a lot. Before I could get up, I see a deer walking out of the trees to my left, standing in front of me. This is not natural, because deers usually avoid human contact. Something was really off about this deer. I didn't know what. Its eyes appeared lifeless, filled with uneasiness. Then it opened its mouth to show multiple rows of what appeared to be razor-sharp teeth, and let out an ear-shattering scream. It sounded like nothing I ever heard before. It shouldn't exist. I watched quite a lot of horror movies, and yet none have come close to the scream of this. It was so demonic. After that scream, it closed its jaws and walked away to the side of the woods. Now, I've never told this story to anyone else before, but I'm sure what I saw was a Wendigo. It just horrifies me knowing that I saw this thing. For a second when it happened I thought maybe I've hit my head, but I had no head injuries whatsoever, and I knew exactly how I landed. It almost put me off running in the woods entirely. When I was young, I worked as a backpacking guide in Western NC. My schedule dictated a full 8-day shift with 6 days off. During those 6 days, to myself, my other co-workers and me would play in the woods. In the summer, you can't beat a mountain swimming hole. One of our favourite activities was called Paradise Falls, alternatively called Wolf Creek Falls. This is a cliff jumping spot with a huge swimming area, a tiny slot canyon and an inner pool. Most will venture just to do the small jump, even though it's the smallest and arguably least accessible. Even though the jump is almost 9 foot at most, you must do 10 minutes rock scaling to get there. We are all adventuring in and out from inside this tiny canyon, and you can't see the main pool. Well, we got to the jump and coaxed the first person off, a fellow guide who had never been to the spot before. She jumped successfully and swam into the main pool and beach area. Then she screamed. Because she was now out of sight, myself and another guide jumped in together and swam the short distance to her, with the others in tow. Of course we figured she was injured somehow. She was treading water and just staring wide-eyed at the riverbank. When I looked to the shore, there stood a man. He's massive, easily 6'7", and appears to have no hair on him, wearing beat-up overalls. Perhaps the most disturbing is that he had folds of skin all over his body. Imagine the Michelin Man, but this is on his face, arms and chest, everywhere with these weird layers. He's also armed with a shotgun, staring intently at us. He just stood there and watched as we grab anything important and speed out of there. He walked slowly back into the forest and we never saw him again. Around 8 to 10 years ago, I was at a lake way out in the woods on some land that my dad owned. I was alone aside from my dog, a terrier. I had only been fishing on the little pier in the southeast corner for about 10 minutes when I get an almost overwhelming feeling of being in danger, and then notice something or someone watching me from the tree line on the opposite side of the lake. I was a kid, but somehow keep composure. For some reason, I felt it important that whatever it was did not know I was aware of them. Anyway, it started moving slowly from tree to tree, near taking its eye off me, but never truly facing away from me. The lake's about 70 yards wide, so I can't really see details, but I know where they're facing. After realizing that it was following me, I pull my pole down and walk down the pier and up the bank towards the trail back of our cabin, which is about 1/4 of a mile away. Once I hit the tree line, I bolted to the cabin and waited there with one of my dad's guns until my parents got home. The only witness I had was my dog, and he saw it as well. I know because when he saw the figure, he instantly starts growling in a low tone until I make him stop. I have no idea who or what it could have been or what the intentions are, but they're most certainly not good. This took place in southeast Mississippi near the Alabama border back in the 90s. We didn't live there, but we spent most weekends up there. I know it couldn't have been a normal person, because our nearest neighbour was a very old couple who literally lived miles away. Aside from the lake area that our cabin's on, the surroundings very thick forest. The figure was extremely tall as well. I have a very good memory, especially for details. Also, shortly before I noticed it, I got a very strong feeling that I was being watched. I never felt safe there again, and I was so glad my dad sold it. This incident happened to me when I was younger, probably around 19 or 20. I used to drive around the countryside in the woods for hours on end, up to literally 6 hours, smoke cigarettes while I listened to music daydreaming. I've been through a lot, so this is a nice way for me to let off steam and digest all the badness that happened to me in the past few years. There is a route that goes into the southern part of my state and eventually takes you to Maryland, if I'm not mistaken. If you keep going all the way, it will eventually take you to Florida. It was a road I found to be very fond as it intersected with a lot of interesting places. It could take you to cities and beaches alike, all the while somehow remaining isolated and rural. On one of those day trips, I was driving through a heavily wooded area that opens up into a field lined with trees on my left. I was pretty zoned out at this point, but something on the side of the road immediately caught my attention. In fact, it even seemed that time slowed, or I could see this apparition more vividly than any other thing I've ever seen in my life. What I saw was an older, balding man dressed in a full Catholic priest garb. His mouth is open, appearing to be in grief, screaming at the sky. He was standing in front of a dead deer, a buck. From what I recall, it was around 3 points, maybe 4. Behind the deer was a 1970s Crown Vic style police car with its lights on. It had no markings on it whatsoever to signify what country it's from. And no one's in the vehicle. I don't even think it had an engine running sound. It appeared as though the vehicle had been parked there all day. The other odd thing about this vehicle is that it has no damage on the front end to show that it's responsible for hitting the deer, nor was there any blood or anything. The deer seems fine. Taking a step back, trying to think of what I saw, it had the appearance of being staged or set up somehow, as if it was a prop for a movie. Everything was just so odd. For the speed I was travelling at, the glance I cast on this spectacle was only 4 seconds, but it so abruptly singed into my mind now. I have never seen anything like it. For some reason I started crying after seeing it. Did the forces that shaped time or something just merge and I saw something from back then? I don't know, I've even been on the same spot from this trip, and there's never a trace of it, not even the body of the deer or tyre tracks from the police car that could be seen. Like a breeze, it was gone. A thing so out of place it could not have been from its surroundings. I have no answers to any of these questions. Only a lack of closure for something that's scarring my brain. I love to go for night jogs, and my dog loved to accompany me on them. I live in a very rural area. There's literally miles of forest around where I live. Some people might be scared of night jogging because of this, but to me, it was normal, to be honest. So when I went for a jog one evening about 4 years ago, nothing felt different. I had my dog with me, and the sun hadn't started setting, but it was close, so it meant I still had a while worth of sunlight, enough to get a good jog in. So I get my headphones on and set off like normal. Now from the moment I set off, I had this eerie feeling like I was being watched, and I just couldn't shake it for the duration of the journey. It was really odd. I've literally never had that before. I always felt pretty safe because it's so close to home. But anyway, that wasn't going to deter me. I had some really good music on my phone, so I was really content. I started listening to some podcasts and really unwinding. I stopped for a moment so me and my dog can grab a quick drink. Now I'm pouring water into my hands at a cup for my dog to drink out of when he suddenly stops and looks around. I think this is really weird because he was acting fine up until this point, but literally it's like something's drained the life out of him and he doesn't want to move and cowers next to me. I think this is really odd because he's literally never done this before, and that feeling of being watched won't leave me, but I've kind of grown used to it now. I decide to walk a little further up ahead just to see if he'll start acting normal, but he doesn't. Instead, all of the life suddenly returns to his body and he starts barking very aggressively. I've never seen him like this before, and I look up to try and see what he's barking at. And suddenly, my heart drops. I can see 4 hooded figures up in the tree line staring at us holding torches. They must be some kind of cultist group because of the way they're dressed. This is the stuff of nightmares. I go to shout out to them to say we mean no harm, but words won't come out. One of them looks at me, raises their finger to their mouth and gestures for me to be quiet. And they continue off. And that's all I needed to see. I immediately start running like I've never ran before. My dog was so scared he was running slightly ahead of me, and ended up sprinting the entire way home before the sun had even set. It was that fast. And from that day, I never went night jogging again. It was back in 2010, and I just started college. I arrived pretty early as the traffic I figured would be much more worse than it turned out to be. So to kill some time, I decided to go to a Walmart across the streets. After shopping some MGT and buying some food, I made my way out, and once I stepped off the curb, a man started following. This guy is probably between his late 30s and early 40s. He looks pretty unkept, ripped jeans and looking old. He has a faded shirt that looked like it was once a designer or had writing on it, and a baseball cap that only showed somewhat of the writing on it. Once he stopped, he come up to me and said, "Hey man, I hate to bother you, but I was doing construction work and ran out of gas in my truck. Could you help me out and drive me to the gas station, please? I'm alone and pretty desperate." Obviously, that seems sketchy, so instead of a lift, I offer him $10, thinking it might be a guy down on his luck. To my surprise though, he immediately shot down my offer and instead continued insisting that he can be driven to the gas station and pay for gas, and then he'd drive me back. Needless to say, this all seemed incredibly bizarre, and I told him no and that I'm in a hurry. Now instead of leaving it alone, he began to tell me, "Man, come on. I'm alone here and my truck is on E. I'm stranded by myself." When I continued to walk away, he began to try and grab at my arm while continually begging. I quickly realized that we were in a weird position, and every time he went to grab me, I walk away. He was leading me more and more away from the store and more towards a parking lot, which was not very full this early in the morning. Now I really don't want to be led away from the store. So I walked back towards the store and I said I forgot something inside. He pretty quickly backed off since I made this comment. I think he didn't want to go inside the store and risk being seen by others. This may sound like overreacting, but by now, I'm freaking out. I've never had someone actually try and grab me like that, and lots of things are running through my head. Not wanting him to do anything else, I alert the front desk about what's going on and they said they'd handle it. Now honestly, I don't know if they did or didn't because I quickly went to the other exit and sprinted to my car. Once I was in my car, I noticed he was walking away from his spot, and I assumed that either they kicked him out or he accepted defeat for the day. I was curious, so I watched him walk to the back of the parking lot and get in a big truck. My heart sank when he pulled away, as I noticed 3 other heads pop up from the back seat who were hiding out of view. To make things more sketchy, he didn't pull up to the nearest gas station, instead pulled onto the highway, obviously something someone alone would not do, and not running out of gas. I need to mention first, I'm an insomniac. Oi, he's part of the gang. 2 weeks ago, I felt I would not be able to go to sleep, so I decided to go for a walk at around 12:30 PM. Considering that I'm 6'2", 250-pound male in decent shape, I never felt scared to walk at night, thinking more the opposite, that people might be concerned about me. But around 10 minutes into my walk, I got a chill in my spine. Something wasn't right. I glanced around me and noticed someone on the other side of the street wearing a hoodie walking. I try and shake it off, telling myself it's just another insomniac maybe. But the chill would not go away, and something's off with the other guy. I start walking faster, deciding I'm gonna cut my walk short and head home instead. Now he even starts walking faster. At this point, I was sweating like crazy. He's keeping up the pace. 5 minutes have now passed and I'm sweating more. I turn my head and he's there still, but I get a better look at him. That's when I notice something else on the side of the road. It's another person wearing a hoodie about 3 meters behind me. My brain goes to panic mode and I start running as fast as I could. Soon, I heard their footsteps catching up to me. This is by the point I'm close to home, so I knew the layout easily, but they're very close. I jump over a bike rack and went down into a dirt trail that went into a small forest near my house. At that point, I knew they were still following me, but were not right on my trail since there was a delay before they hit the dirt path. My lungs are on fire, and I don't care. I diverged from the main path and went into the forest, running through the trees in a smaller path that led to one of my neighbour's backyards. I ran up to the other side of my street, to my house, turned the corner, and go through the bushes around my house, entering my back door, with my whole body on fire. By that point, I peeked through my window and saw them running past my house. I was safe, but I saw something that made my body go from burning to freezing in a split second. Both of them had knives in their hands. Now I don't know if it was because of the running or because of the fear. Probably both, but I end up throwing up. So, to whoever those guys were, I hope I never see you again. In 1989, I went camping with my friend and his family in the White Mountains in Arizona. We were either in Sholo or Gear. My friend's family slept in the camper while the friend and I slept in the 4-wheel drive Blazer. I was about 5'10", and I remembered that the Blazer was lifted, making it hard to climb into. I was sleeping in the front seat while my friend was sleeping in the back seat. Around 2 AM, I woke up to a strange dark figure staring into the vehicle at me. It was so large that it covered the entire front passenger window. The hairs on my neck and arms were standing up, and I'm frozen in fear, so much so I can't even alert my friend. I just laid there motionless. I've watched, and he's watching me for minutes, until finally walking away. I remember telling my friend's dad that morning and he brushed it off as just another camper. But what bothered me is that it must have been a massively tall person to be able to peer in like that, or they literally climbed up to look in. I'm much older now, but this has always haunted me. I just wish it was taken more seriously at the time. I was returning home from a friend's place at about 8 PM. I had left my phone with my mum and had absolutely no money with me. My friend found me a cab and gave me some money for the fare. The cab driver told me that he had to recharge his phone in the middle of the ride, and I saw him talking on the phone in a shop nearby. I didn't think much of it. A few minutes later, when he was driving, I noticed that we're in the dark and isolated part of the city, and there was trash bags everywhere. We were on the street for a long time when suddenly, in the middle of the ride, he said he had to make a call. He was talking to someone while making sure I didn't hear it, and I start getting alarmed. When he comes back in the cab, I pretend that my wallet was my phone, and in the local language, pretend to tell my mum the number of the cab and the description of the driver. That seemed to change his behaviour, and he was completely cooperative with me and drove me wherever I wanted. My parents were very angry at me when I got home and told them this, and the story still gives me chills. Some 20 odd years ago, I was reconnected with a family member. Said family lived way up in the hills of Northern Carolina and had given me directions to their house. I was driving my vehicle with my sister in hers, following behind. We each had CB radios so we communicated on the way. Now while we're driving, I thought I was on the correct road, and the dirt road immediately climbed at a very steep incline. We slowly make our way up, and around this road it comes out to a dead end. At the dead end was an old rundown house with a huge front porch. On the porch was lots of objects, including an ironing board leaning against the window, crates of soda, and some bags, etc. An older gentleman was sitting in a rocking chair and had a long rifle sitting across his lap. To his left, I assume is his wife, who had one of them old-time washer tubs under her feet. Then there were several barefoot kids running around. They had stopped when we pulled up to the house. It just feels really odd. Every one of them stops and starts staring at us. I slowly rolled down the window and said very politely, "Excuse me, sir, I think we took the wrong turn." He slowly rocked in his chair and grabs a rifle, cocking it, saying, "Yep." I pick up the CB and scream to my sister to back out of it, and we speed all the way back to the highway. It's easily one of the most surreal things I've ever experienced in my life. I often like to go out running in the summer or whenever the weather is nice. This happened a week before I was supposed to start high school. I thought about going running that day, but I got the idea in the morning, and I run in the evening while the sun is still up, but it's not boiling hot. Well, of course, I forgot my promise to myself, and only remember it at around 9 PM. Now it's the end of summer, so the sun is setting much sooner than I'm used to, and I go, I'll get back in like an hour, so I'll be fine. I already have been putting off running, so I don't want to put it off again. I should probably mention that I'm female though. And even though a lot of girls I know change the side of the road they walk on when they see someone who appears drunk, even distantly, I always call them idiots, because I'm ready to run, or take the first route out of there whenever someone tries to get me. And I also live in a far less populated area out of town where Literally everyone knows each other, so I felt extremely safe. What a naive fool, I know. So I go out and start my run, and it's fine. It's getting a bit dark, but I can still see the running track is all good. So I start feeling pretty chilled out. I see a pair walking in front of me. When I get closer, they turn out just to be teen guys, and I run past them with no problem. When I finally reach the usual part of my run where I turn around, a cemetery, it has already gotten pretty dark. I drink some water from my bottle and just stand under a tree next to a gate in the territory of the cemetery, but don't sit down where I usually do because a bench is next to a fence and the darkness has finally made me uneasy, realizing that I'm alone. It's pretty funny that that's what scared me the most at the time. When I was catching my breath, I stay for a few more minutes just listening to the wind. I see a bike drive past the cemetery, taking the route I will take while running back. I leave my resting place and it's gone really dark. Dark enough that I could barely see 2 meters in front of me. I start slowly running back. After 15 meters, I hear voices. Couple more and I can clearly hear someone talking now. My thoughts immediately jump to a conclusion that there's at least 2 people in front of me if I'm hearing a conversation. Now I slow down, even more until I finally get close enough to hear what's actually being said. Keep in mind it's completely dark, and this road doesn't even have street lights, so I can't see anything. I get close enough to finally make out words, and my heart sinks at what I can hear. I can't recall exact words, but it's along the lines of, I see this girl, I could just pull her into the bushes. There were tall bushes lining either side of the track. As I've said, my heart stops, but I immediately go into fight or flight. I can hear my heart beating in my ears. I'm full of adrenaline. The bad kind. I know I just can't stop or he'll know I heard what he said. So I continue to walk, but thank God the track is separated from the road by a small grass field. So I go to the side of the road, making some distance between us now. I keep looking at him. Keep in mind I still don't even know how many people are there, but I see a square of light, presumably from a phone. I then hear him jump on his bicycle and drive off. He's talking on his phone. I walk on the side of the road for another good few minutes until I'm sure he's far away from me, and once I get back on the running track, I sprint like crazy to get home. All the way back I'm literally shaking with fear and looking at the bushes, so worried he's going to jump out after me. I had my water bottle ready to throw it at them. When I finally reached the first road lights, I felt like I escaped death. This is the most scary thing that happened to me while I was jogging, and I've never went out that late again alone. This occurred when I was 18 and backpacking my way through the world. I always looked a few years younger than my actual age and often had problems getting into places. I often find myself hissing, "No, I'm really an adult," to the people who refuse to believe my ID card. I arrived in Western Australia in January in a little town that looked nothing like the brightly coloured postcard world that I left behind in Sydney. I rented a car and was getting used to the Aussie way of driving and didn't pay attention to the fact that I'm running out of fuel. So naturally, now the car suddenly gives up. I wasn't worried though. I had a spare tank in the trunk. I had problems getting the lid off though. No matter how hard I pulled it, it didn't give in. So I started walking back to the little cluster of shops I spotted earlier. I was greeted by a man on an ATV-ish thing, sitting outside a shop. He nodded in the direction of the road and said, "Problem with the car, missy?" I must have looked puzzled because he smiled and said, "No one comes walking in here from that direction. There's nothing out there." I explained the situation and he listened sympathetically. "Do you rent the car from the Free Freddy? No wonder he gave you it. You can't trust that bloke, you see." He introduced himself as Charlie and quickly got off and offered me a spare tank, saying, "You want to ride back? It's an awfully warm day. No ozone layer here, you see." He was speaking weirdly. I felt a bit stupid hesitating, but he seems like a nice guy. And he was right. The sun was terrible. My shoulders already burnt despite sun cream. He must have sensed my hesitation because he put a hand on my shoulder and said, "I'm not the boogeyman. I promise you. I just don't want anyone out here in this weather. I would have offered you a ride if you're a 40-year-old bloke too. Here, take my helmet. My head ain't worth protecting anyway." And so I get on the back of his ATV, the spare petrol tank in front of me, and get a somewhat uneasy feeling in my stomach. "Just tap my shoulder if you want me to slow down, alright?" He drove the short distance to my car, but he didn't slow down. I tapped his shoulder again and again. He drove past it. In the rearview mirror, I could see him grin as he speeded up. I can't jump. The speed was so high it would have killed me, and I had no idea where he was taking me, but I knew his intentions were evil. This continued for 30 minutes, until I could see a rest stop, clearly made for people to stop and enjoy the view. As we approached the rest stop, I see my chance and grab hold of his throat with both hands, squeezing as hard as I can. I felt him struggle to keep the vehicle on the road, while fighting for air. As we come up alongside the rest stop, he had no choice but to stop. I threw myself off, tossing the helmet and screaming loudly enough to wake the dead. There was a truck there, but no one in view. However, only a moment later, the door to the loo opened, and this terrifying looking man with a beard pops out and demanded to know what the hell was happening. I pointed to my abductor and cried that he tried to kidnap me, and the grisly man tried to grab a hold of the abductor but wasn't fast enough. Soon, he was gone. The grisly man turned out to be really nice and phones the police for me, waiting with me until the police arrive. Since that day, I don't judge by appearance. Charlie was a nice looking person and seemed to have good intentions. George looked like he had been awakened from his ancient lair, but was a really good guy. I later made my way back home, and this is by far the creepiest thing that ever happened to me. Back in 2000 or 2001, I was driving by myself from visiting my mum in Colorado back to Arizona. I was in a station wagon and had a desk my mum had given me that was my grandfather's. I've always been scared driving at night, and I'm always worried there's someone in my back seat that's gonna get me. This might be because I've watched far too many scary movies, or because my mum's paranoia rubbed off to me. I was in the army and drove back and forth a lot to visit her. She would get mad at me for sleeping at rest stops or gas stations, telling me someone's gonna kidnap or kill me. But I just didn't want to be bothered with the hassle and expense of a motel most of the time. So I'm driving on an empty section of highway late at night with no other cars around. This red truck comes up behind me, flashing me with his lights and honking his horn at me. I was thinking to myself that there was something wrong with my car. Maybe there was something wrong with the desk in the hatchback. Because why else would somebody be so insistent on me pulling over? So I pull over, and get out of my car. As I'm getting out of my car, he's directly behind me, still flashing his lights and honking his horn. I go to about the middle of the car. I planned on going to the back to see what could have been wrong with my car when it hit me. Why is he still honking at me when I'm getting out? That's odd. Then he gets out of his truck. That's when I knew something just wasn't right. I jumped back in my car and sped off. The nearest exit's 50 miles away or so. He follows me the entire time. I take the first exit and go to a crowded grocery store with a laundromat next to it. There was an ambulance parked at the laundromat with its lights flashing, and I'm next to it. I figured there was an ambulance, so there must be police officers there. Now the man stayed in his truck in the grocery store parking lot watching me the entire time. I was terrified. I didn't want to get out of my car and felt like an idiot if I would have had to tell someone what happened. I waited an hour, and finally he left. After he left, I waited a little longer before continuing my drive back to Arizona. I was paranoid and watched for any red trucks the entire time. Fast forward about 5 or 6 years, I was watching a crime show on TV, and what story pops up? One about a man on that exact stretch of highway with the same red truck, using them tactics to get a woman to stop before murdering her and others. I'm so glad that my gut told me something was wrong, and I got back in my car and kept on driving. This happened to my wife while we were dating. When we were dating, I lived in southern New Hampshire and she lived in Philadelphia. Most of the time, I would come down and visit her. Since she works at college, she had a few weeks off in December. She decided to come up and stay with me. She's packed a week's worth of clothes and her cat in the car and drove up after work. Driving on an interstate at night means coffee, which means bathroom breaks. She pulls into a rest stop in Connecticut. By rest stop, I mean bathroom, vending machine, and a rack of tourist brochures. As she's walking towards a building, a man, wearing jeans, an army jacket and knife cap walks out between two cars starting on her. The man immediately reaches out, grabs her head with both hands. He's standing in front of her, arms out straight. She's not able to pull his hands off her head. He's staring into her eyes with a detached expression. As she described it, I think it's the same expression I use when I'm trying to debug or figure out why something isn't working. He's moving her head back and forth, keeping her off balance, keeping her at arm's length. She stares back. He seems to evaluate her for a minute or two, then lets go and quickly walks into a wooded section. She runs into the rest stop, finds an attendant. She uses the bathroom, then tells the attendant is willing to walk her out to her car to make sure she leaves safely. She walks out with the attendant and notices that a white van that was previously there is gone. She gets in the car, thanks the attendant, and drives off. About 10 minutes later, she's processed what happened and calls me. Then, the bit about the van worried her, but terrifies me. We talk for a little bit. She's familiar with the law enforcement and offenders and have a brief that this wasn't just a foul mugging. She talks to the police, but they didn't seem to be too interested. What worried her the most was that her cat would have suffered in the cold if something happened to her. After that, every time I drove between NH and PA, I've stopped at the rest stop for a few minutes to try and look for white vans. I don't know what I could have done. Maybe got a reg plate at least, but I've never seen them. It's terrifying thinking there's people out there like this. I'm just glad nothing ever happened then. First, I'm gonna say I'm a 16-year-old male with paranoia. I always carry a knife with me and get scared easily. I'm 175 pounds, 5'7" and a power lifter. I was crossing Alabama into Mississippi when I had to use a bathroom. My grandfather was driving me back to my dad's house in Jackson, MS. He pulled into a rest stop area and stretched his legs when I got to the bathroom. There was no security at the rest area, and bathroom is in the back of the building. The only person in there with me was at a urinal. I walked to the stall farthest from the door. As I walked by him, he turned around and started walking at me. His pants weren't unzipped at the urinal. He reaches for something in his pocket and I hear a flick. That's when I realised that something's in his hand, and I forgot my knife. I then see the bathroom door open and someone came in. The guy's coming towards me, put in his pocket in his hands, and left. This happened 2 weeks ago. The guy was white, bald in late 30s, maybe 40s. He had a black shirt with green cargo shorts, and I haven't really told many people about this. I'm very grateful that the stranger came in when he did. God knows what would have happened to me if he didn't. This was a story I grew up hearing my mum telling me about. I was really young when this happened, and I know for a fact it was before I was 5. I only have some foggy memory of the event, especially because my mum at the time didn't want to freak me out. Now, for some context, first, we have a family all over the country. I remember spending so much of my childhood just on the road trips from state to state to visit family. So we know our ins and outs on travelling. 2. When I was a child, I would randomly hug strangers telling them I loved them. I was so filled with joy and love that it just spilled over to everyone. There was basically only one stranger I never immediately latched onto the second I saw them, being this story. So my mum was talking to me, and we're taking a visit to see some relatives while my dad was staying at home with brothers. So, she had to go to house sit, and in general is a better caretaker of me than my father, so it made sense I went with her. We were driving for hours until we finally hit a rest stop, and so got out to use the bathroom. Now, there was already this guy in the parking lot, and according to my mum, it looked like he was watching everyone who entered and left the rest stop. The second we get out of the car, he did too. My mum held my hands as we went into the restroom, but immediately picks up on the fact that I let go of her hand to hold the other, the way facing the man. Now looking back, she told me that it was clear somewhere in my tiny child brain that I picked up on some sign of danger, because I avoided this man as much as I possibly could, and would quicken my pace to the restroom and car. I never did that with another stranger again. I had never blatantly avoided another adult like that. Anyway, as we do our business and head back to the car, the man had gone and left us, only then to follow us back in his own car. My mum immediately realised what was going on, trying to shake him off on the highway. He wouldn't budge, and tried to get as close as he could. Apparently while doing this, a semi-truck driver notices how frantic and off she was driving and could see her looking in the back. He realised what's going on and drove up to her side, making eye contact with her, and they're on the same page from then on out. Turns out, the driver called up on the radio to other truckers saying what was going on, and a bunch of drivers from different routes nearby came to the same highway that we're travelling on. A few minutes later, they began blocking out the other guy's car, and essentially trapped him away from my mum and I as she turned onto the next exit to find another rest stop, as the original truck driver follows us in. He got out and talked to my mum and told her he picked up what was happening, asking if we're okay, and drove with us to a Burger King and got something to eat. We talked and he got back onto the road until eventually we go separate ways. So to the guy who was probably going to kidnap me and my mum, thank God you never got a chance to, and thank God for the truck drivers who probably saved our lives. My dad works for a large printing company, and they completed an overnight rush job for a business. My dad got tasked with dropping the order off. It would take 8 hours each way to drop off the order. He was going to take my mum, as she's a retired teacher, and he figured it would be nice to have someone to drive each way. However, the night before he was going to leave my mum, he comes down with the flu. He left early the next morning and promises my mum if he gets tired, he's going to stop either at a restaurant or rest stop. So he made it without incident to drop off the papers. It's about noon when he set off again, and soon realises that the traffic's horrible. My dad decided that he'd take the long way home. It would add an hour or so, but he feared it would take longer to wait in the traffic. He drove straight for hours, until he realised he had to pee, and badly. My dad's a prostate cancer survivor, so needs to pee a lot. Also, he was starting to get sleepy and figured he should pull over and take a nap. It was winter, so about 4:30. Now it's winter and about 4:30, and the sun started to set, and he notices a stop ahead, quite glad to be able to rest. He pulls up. Now, he does a little stretch, calls my mum to tell her that he's stopping to stretch his legs and maybe catch a nap, then heads to the bathrooms. Now the place was pretty much deserted. There's an old Chevy pickup next to my dad, and there was an RV with a family packing up that was probably their dinner. He went into the bathroom and opened the first stall. He was in there doing his business when he hears someone talking. He thinks at first they're talking to him until he realises that the person A is on the phone, or B, they're talking to themselves. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. We'll just take another one and then bring it to the mother, the man said, almost singing to himself. My dad said he sounded like he was young, between late teens to early 20s. Then, before my dad could say anything, he starts unzipping his pants, starting to get weird. The guy randomly starts screaming, smashing his head onto the mirror and then on the wall. He started screaming in a more high-pitched voice now. At that, my dad runs out of the stall and he quickly opens a bathroom door running to his car. He locks the car door when he notices a skinny young man running out of the bathroom. He's looking for my dad and sees his car. My dad starts the car and begins backing up when he literally runs full tilt at him, screaming. My dad drove off. He's so badly shaken up by this that he had to pull over to the next town just to relax. He was paying for his coffee when that same Chevy pulls up. My dad grabs his coffee and hides his face. The kid walks in, goes up to the nice older cashier who my dad brought coffee from, throws his arms around this woman and starts sobbing about how his sorry mother and how he let another one get away. My dad's heard more than enough now and quickly tosses his coffee away and quickly sprints to his car and makes it home safely. To this day, my dad refuses to stop at any rest stops now. He only stops at major places you can actually pull over at. For some context, I'm a 31-year-old female. I frequently visit the nearby provincial parks here that are generally well used in Canada. It's rare I end up on a hike not seeing at least one or two people. I grew up camping and hiking and feel very comfortable in nature. I always inform people where I'm going and when I should be back. Safety first, right? So one day last year, I was going stir crazy, so I took myself out to a popular educational centre. A branch of trails stem from this one spot. Now they're not long trails, but are all interconnected, so it's easy to create your own distance. It was midweek, so I wasn't expecting to encounter many people, maybe a school group at most. I grabbed my backpack, lock the car and head out. It was a beautifully sunny day, mid-autumn, so it was a little chilly out. I was listening to the sounds of nature surrounding me. Some squirrels, birds, even a deer crosses the trail at one point. I was sticking with the main trail, which had educational signs identifying different types of plants as you went along. I made my way up to the first little hill and made my way down the path where it takes a sharp turn. Up ahead, I caught sight of a man wearing a dark blue jacket. Strange, I hadn't seen any signs of this person or heard of them whatsoever. Normally, I'm comforted seeing someone else, but this time my gut was not happy. I made a note of what the person was wearing and went along. Blue Jacket had taken the path I wanted to take to create a longer hike. It would have been a lot more secluded and less travelled this way, just a nicer path generally. So for once, I tried to be smart, listen to my gut, to just follow the main route back to my car. I had about 2 kilometers to get back though. Clouds decided they wanted to skirt across the sky, making the woods a little dull and ominous. I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling very unsettled. The trees casted finger-like shadows that did not help calm my imagination at all. One of my favourite spots on the main trail had a few massive boulders and rock formations smack in the middle that you have to go around. Really neat for photos and climbing on a normal day, but today they fill me with dread. I can't pinpoint why at first, until I found some scuffs around the base of the rocks going the wrong way round. The trail's very obvious which way to go, left, and these markings were wrong. It's like someone went the wrong way around the rocks, dragging their feet behind them. An animal? Maybe. I can't figure this out. I wanted to turn around and go back the way I came from, but that would have added 4 kilometers back to the car. I stuck close to the far side of the real path, keeping an eye close on the rock formation. As I made it to the other side of the rocks, I caught sight of some blue fabric, the same blue jacket I saw earlier. The person now suddenly ducks down, as if they're trying to avoid being seen. For Blue Jacket Man to reach the rocks before me, he either cut his own path through the woods or sprinted 5 kilometers. I don't like the prospect of either option. Maybe he was taking a leak. Yeah, I'll go with that. I pick up my pace and dug my phone out. I texted my usual hiking friend telling them the details in case I went missing. I glance behind me, and again I see him staring at me. I ran the rest of the way back to my car, hopping in, immediately locking the doors, and curiously, there's not a single other vehicle in the parking area. This place was nowhere near any towns, so I have no idea where this person came from. I took a couple of minutes to sort myself out in the car, and as I pull out to leave, I look at the trailhead, and that damn blue jacket was on the signpost that I had passed to get in my car, and no one's visible. I was so spooked out by this encounter that I refused to ever hike alone. So a few months ago, I was out hiking with my friend. We live in the mountains of Western MD, and we're about 6 miles into an 8-mile loop we have done frequently when we decide to take some pictures and eat a snack at the summit. This area of the trail had a park, branches, benches and tables, and parking lots. So we're sitting and talking, and I noticed a man just walking around the park alone. He was walking aimlessly, staring at his feet, which confuses me, as he's in jeans, a button-down shirt and not exactly hiking attire. We now decide to set off on the last 2 miles of the loop. This park goes downhill to the headquarters of the park and is cut out of the mountain/bank, and the end leg is the parking lot where your car is. You don't have a lot of visibility from the trail, and you have to walk single file. I was walking in front and talking to my friend. I turn to look at her, and I see the same man right behind her, following at a rudely close distance. I immediately got a gut-wrenching feeling. I noticed that he didn't have any backpack or hiking gear, and not even wearing boots. Something about his eyes really scared me. So, a bit more walking and he continues to fall very close. I say to my friend that I have to tie my shoe. This is a reason for him to pass us. In case he's following us, we'll realise. She immediately catches on to what I'm doing and we pull over. He looks very startled, and she politely says hello, and he just stares. This is when I notice that he is carrying a stick. As I'm fiddling with my shoe, she stands between us and he passes us. We wait to give him some short distance ahead, but immediately he slows down. We now wait for a bit longer, and he gets to the furthest part of the trail that has sight lines to us, and he turns around, looking up at us. We decided that something feels wrong about this guy, and we don't want to press him or pass him again. So we turn around and walk back up the trail towards a park with the tables and parking. A few minutes later of walking up the trail, I look back and see he's on the trail too. He's following us. I tell my friend to walk faster. We book it up the trail and get to the parking lot area we were at before. We start to strategize and wait, deciding that we will wait to see if he comes back up the trail to the lot. There are more people around here, so we feel safer waiting it out. About 20 minutes go by, nothing. We are talking about how that could mean that he kept going on the trail and is long gone, or is waiting on the trail where it's more desolated. While we're thinking this, we see a couple come up from the trail we're on, presumably taking the loop in the opposite direction we're on. We approach them and ask if they saw the guy there. They tell us they saw a young man sitting on a rock about halfway down. They describe the man as following us. We explain our interaction with him to the wife and go back and forth in conversation. The husband says we need to call a ranger. He wasn't just sitting there, he was carving a stick with a knife. He's clearly armed. Needless to say, we call a ranger. The nice couple walked that fast leg with us to make sure that we can get to our car safely, and gave us their number in case we need anything. The rangers then rushed to the trail, but there's no sign of him. I wish I knew where he went and what happened to him, but I'm glad that I followed my instincts. I hate to think of what he would have done with a knife to us, out in the isolated part. A few months back, my girlfriend and I decided we're bored hanging around the house and spontaneously decide to go out for a hike. We don't go hiking often, but the idea appeals to both of us, and even though there was only about an hour left of light, we figure we have enough time to enjoy a hike before it gets too dark. We quickly fill our water bottles and put on the best walking shoes we had, and with that, we're out the door. Around my area, there are many hiking trails, with the variety of trails increasing as you go into the mountains. We intended to stay around the base of the mountains in the occasional case of us hiking, where most people would still be walking. We wanted to change things up and progress further up the mountain road of the trail that a friend of mine had mentioned to me. We kept in mind our time and figured that we could hike for a bit and simply enjoy the environment around us before it's too late. When we arrive at the trailhead, we see there are no cars left along the road where the trail commences, but didn't think much of it due to the time. We still had a good 45 minutes until dark, so we continue on. We start walking down a fairly steep hill. Then, this recoups the elevation at the bottom with an equally steep hill that you have to ascend. We reach the top, then it's smooth sailing from there. We see a lone coyote off the trail, some rabbits, and I made a quip about how those rabbits might need to be careful with the coyote lurking round. Approximately less than a mile into the trail, we see a large fallen tree that made a bridge over the dried riverbed and decide to take a rest, climb around it, take some pictures. We're there for about 10 minutes and then resume hiking. We continue on the trail for a short distance until she hears a rustle behind us. We stop, mildly spooked due to the assumption size of whatever made the rustling, but continue on only briefly before she decides she's done and that we need to head back. It's twilight now, so I agree with her. We turn around and head back to the car. When we made it back to the fallen tree, my shoe had come untied, so I used the trunk to fix my shoelaces and looked behind us for the first time on the hike. Now I can see a person dressed in entirely black with their hood on, a significant distance behind us, walking at a slow, even pace. Now it's not something out of the ordinary, but why all black? It doesn't make any sense. It's now dusk. We continue on at an intentionally faster pace and go through a winding section of the trail, and I lose sight of the person. When we come around the final section of the bend, I figure they're far behind us and there's nothing to worry about. Sooner than later though, they're behind us but much closer, probably 50 feet in comparison to 100 feet before. We had increased our speed, and they have too, so this alarms us. We briskly walk around another bend, and as soon as we come around, we book it. It seemed to be a natural reaction on both of our parts as we start running without saying a word. We are nearing the trailhead now, with only the hills to deal with. We catch our breaths for a moment, and I turn around again. I see the person seemingly come to a halt and look back at me as if they were trying to uphold the illusion of simply walking. At this point, I shout go, and we both sprint to the hill. What little light is left is making it very hard to get through here without tripping. We're both stumbling down it now, almost falling multiple times. I'm quite worried that I'm going to twist an ankle, but we make it to the bottom, but must continue up the initial hill, and then we'll have made it out. We preserve up the incline and make it back to the car. I have a sigh of relief, my heart pounding and adrenaline racing as I start my car. I go into reverse and what do I see? The same person emerges, breathing heavily. We finally get a glimpse of him. He has a pale complexion and dead eyes, and has a furious look on his face and was holding something in his hands. I don't take a second to see it, I just speed out of there, leaving him in the dust. I was backpacking through Pisgah National Forest in NC with my dog, just the two of us. We were exploring the woods around Little Coast Cove, open orienteering style, so we're not on an established trail. We'd been hiking throughout the day, following a circle, and towards the evening, I realised my dog isn't acting normal. She's very much caught up in the sense of something, and she won't let up. That night in the camp, she remained on edge, and startled off into the woods line, stopping, then came back to me, staring. I went about camp business as usual. Then, at around midnight, I got this prickle like I'm being watched intently. I let the feeling ride over for a little, but then I heard a rustle by the bush. I got up from the fire, pointing my flashlight towards the hillside, and a figure on all fours just manages to escape the beam. All but the towel. It was a towel I knew was not supposed to exist in the southern Appalachians. I cast my light again across the hillside and caught its eyes, two yellow glowing orbs, watching and waiting. At this point, I went into fury, grabbing my tomahawk, and charged up the hill line after the beast, screaming. The watcher wandered off, but neither I nor the dog slept at all that night. The following morning we left camp. At first light, I began hiking up the mountain to the ridge line which would lead us out. Atop the ridge line is a fresh mud track with a series of tracks left by an animal that no longer is supposed to exist in the US. They're catamount tracks, or what I believe to be. They commonly go by cougars in the east, but we've been stalked by a mountain lion just the same. Those tracks ran across the ridge, revealing that it had been watching us throughout the previous day. They weren't bobcat tracks, I know that. They were way too big, and I saw the eyes. I truly believe that one's escaped, and if it wasn't for my dog, I would have been mauled to death that night. The neighbourhood where I grew up was more or less suburbs, except the back end of it that borders a massive field where nothing has been planted in decades. Part of that border is buffered by woods, and it's in those woods where my friends and I would play. One day, we were particularly deep in the little section of forest. We were attempting to pick through what looks like overgrown dozer tracks. The woods are thick across NT, but the central/eastern proportion is thick with kudus in particular, and it has given us hell. We had probably made a mile of progress in this track when we come across a depression full of water. I hesitate to even say it was a pond, because it was perfectly round like a crater. The water had obviously receded in the middle, and was exposing the roof of an old car. At about this time, one friend found a license plate under a pine duff. It was tagged with buckshot. Next to the door, a full car door had been buried under a pine duff, riddled with bullet holes. Now it's certainly not an uncommon way to have fun in the South. Go out, have a few beers and shoot some junk with your friends. But what we found next, however, wasn't a run-of-the-mill Saturday night. We find bones. Our still innocent minds first assumed it was a white-tailed deer. We started dragging out the bones and laying them out by the side. Not sure if our objective was to make a museum quality deer skeleton or what, but that's what we did. Then the pelvis came up. I immediately recognised it because my uncle was a chiropractor and had a full model skeleton in his office called Mr. Bones that I would look at. The more I started to look at our growing collection, the more I started to see Mr. Bones taking shape. I got a gut feeling about being the oldest and I told us to stop digging. Something really doesn't feel right here. There was some protest, but I convinced everyone. Now we start hiking back the way we come from, but I can't stop thinking about those bones. That night, I told my mum what I found, then I had to tell my dad the story. At first, they're convinced that I'm just a dumb kid, but I knew what I saw out there. They talked behind closed doors, going back and forth. The next day, I told the story to 2 sheriff deputies, and took them out to the area where I found this in the woods. About an hour later, there were police vehicles entering, packing the tiny dead end leading off into the woods. Chainsaws cleared the brush, and men in white suits with detective badges smoked cigarettes and talked amongst the other men as they carried bags from the forest, putting them into the vehicles. Then they were gone. And I waited months and months to hear anything, but nothing comes back. I asked my parents what happened, and they don't really know much about it. Eventually I stopped asking questions for the most part, and it faded back into my memory. Until one day I was home from college, sitting by the fire with an old neighbourhood friend who had been there that day. He saw everything I saw. We started talking about it for the next few hours. We started doing research online but can't find anything. It was so baffling. I asked my parents the next day and they still have no idea what I'm talking about. His parents said the same thing. To this day they're so adamant that nothing happened. It's crazy.